some walk to school events tomorrow, including one that I'll be happy to join in on early morning tomorrow morning at Wilson Park, 7 a.m. or so. We'll walk from Wilson Park over to Carrboro Elementary, and I hope students and parents will feel free to come out and join us, and council members if you can make it. All right. Next up, we have an announcements of upcoming meetings. Mr. Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I don't really have much. We have 3 meetings this week, but they were all canceled, so I will announce the cancellations, and just so everyone will know. We have the Arts Committee meeting, Economic Sustainability Commission meeting, and Stormwater Advisory Commission meeting, all canceled this week. And then the only other thing I have is the council meeting next Tuesday.
Thank you, Wesley. Tomorrow morning in Durham at City Hall is the monthly meeting of the board of the Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization. And that's all I have on my list for now. Others? Randy?
I have the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Equity, and Justice Advisory Board meets this Thursday.
Susan?
I have a quick question for Wesley. Were all 3 of those meetings canceled because of a lack of a quorum?
I know that 2 of them probably were. I'm not sure about the other one.
Barbara?
And also wanted to add the Orange County Transit Plan Policy Steering Committee meeting. Mayor, you're going to fill in for me on, so that'll be happening on Friday via Zoom.
I was happy to step in for you there, Barbara. Okay. Next up, we're going to hear comments from members of the public. I have a somewhat longer list than usual this evening, and so we'll try to get through those. So just a few reminders for folks as I call you up. I'll generally go in order, although if I see some issues clumped together, I may try to keep you together, but not everyone indicated what they were here to talk about. For those of you who haven't joined us before, we do ask that you keep your comments to under 3 minutes if you can, just so that we can respect everyone's time. We also just ask that you keep your comments respectful, keep your comments on the issue that you're here to discuss and not personal, so that we can again focus on the issue that we know you're here to express to us. We will start with Jan, and I will not try to pronounce Jan's last name. Welcome, Jan. Yes, please, and please come up to the podium. Thank you. And I'm going to use a timer to keep us on our 3-minute clock, Jan, but I'll try not to be vicious about it.
Sounds good. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will pronounce the last name. It's Jestvung Lucky.
Thank you.
My first name is Jan. I am here to speak on behalf or in favor of the Community Home Trust this evening and the role that it plays in this community and the difference that it has made in the life of my family. 17 years ago, a little over 17 years ago, we were living in Madison, Wisconsin, looking for a place to move to be closer to grandparents. My in-laws were here in Cary. We ended up coming here in April of 2005, exploring the Triangle, and of all the cities and communities in the Triangle, Carrboro felt the most like home to us. And that is one of the most important things about the Home Trust for me and my family is the word home. That's what it has helped us create. That trip in April of 2005, we drove down the Carrboro Elementary bus circle and said, how amazing would it be if our kids could go to school here? At that point, we only had a son, but we knew there were probably more on the way. We also drove down Crest Street, which is the street we actually live on now, and the apartments at the end of there spoke to some residents there about that specific neighborhood. And again, how amazing would it be for us to be able to live here? 4.5 years later, we moved from Cary, where we first moved to the Triangle, to Carrboro. And 2 years later, we moved to Carrboro. 2.5 years after that, the Home Trust helped us become homeowners, realize that dream, and helped us to create a home in this community, which has been very important for us, helped us build equity, helped us feel invested in and connected to the community, feel a sense of responsibility to the community. And that would not have been possible without the Home Trust, not just the institution, but also the amazing people there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jan. All right. I'm going to move next to Michael Harrison. Welcome, Michael.
Hi, Michael Harrison. I live in Winmore, and like Jan, I'm here to speak out in favor of the Community Home Trust. Different perspective. I'm actually on the board of the Winmore Community Association, which it's sort of like a homeowners association, except it's not exclusive to homeowners. So because we actually have a number of people in the neighborhood who live in a community called the Landings, which is actually a property that is owned by the Community Home Trust. The Community Home Trust purchased the Landings a number of years back after the initial owner decided it wasn't profitable. And ever since that point, the amount of involvement that the Winmore Community Association, which I work on, and the owners of the Landings has increased. We cooperate. We put on events together. The involvement in the finances of the upkeep of the entire Winmore property with Community Home Trust has just, it's like night and day. So from our perspective, just the communication, the cooperation, working with the team at Community Home Trust, Danielle, Felicia, Iveles, these people are involved and they care about that community, and they work with us to set up events like ice cream socials. We work together on a movie night, and they've been putting on classes for their residents. And this is all stuff that just didn't really happen prior to their involvement in the community. And I just want to speak out as a member of the community association and say that we just really appreciate that cooperation. It's really made the neighborhood a much better place to live in. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, next up is Felicia Stroud. And then after Felicia is Brianne Mendez. Welcome, Felicia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felicia Stroud. I've been employed by Community Home Trust for the past 10 years. Currently, I'm the community manager. One of my roles consists of planning and supervising resident activities at the Landings for our homeowners as well as our tenants. My main focus is community involvement. In June of 2019, the Landings tenants were encouraged to join a newly created Tenant Advocacy Committee, formerly known as the TAC Team. This TAC Team is led by a group of tenants at the Landings. I work closely with the TAC Team to ensure that Community Home Trust's goal is basically met. Our goal for the Landings, or the TAC Team, I should say, is to make sure that we provide a platform where tenants can discuss their concerns, as well as providing any improvement for the TAC Team itself or for the property management teams. We give the residents really a way to come in, no overhead involved. The tenants are able to come in and open to all of the tenants come in for the meeting, and we just talk. Basically, we meet every month, every other month, and this is where they, again, everyone's invited to come in and address any concerns they have for the Landings. The TAC Team, the regular meetings are basically where the tenants come, like I said, to provide any concerns and sharing the successes that we've had in the community. They also work with the property management teams to give constructive feedback to me, myself, the TAC Team, and the property management teams. As the liaison between the property management team, the tenants, CHT, and the TAC Team, I am confident that if people use the TAC Team and the members in the TAC Team, that we will, basically they play a vital role in the success of the Landings and operations. I'm here today really to encourage people to utilize the TAC Team, because we were put in place for a reason. So if you guys utilize us in whichever fashion you like, coming to a meetings, or at the very least, we have a comments or suggestion box right outside of the landings. It's open for any suggestions. We encourage people to use that box as well. So I'm basically here to thank you guys for your support for Community Home Trust and to have you guys come out to a meeting. You're invited to one of our meetings. Our next one is November 16th, and it's a Thanksgiving game day celebration. So come out and see what we do. That's all I have to say. Thank you guys for your time.
Thanks so much, Felicia.
Welcome.
Yeah, that's- I'm nervous right now, too.
Stay nervous.
All right. Next up is Brianne Mendez, and after Brianne, we have Carolyn Oliveira. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Council, friends, and family. My name is Brianne Mendez. I am a tenant at the Landings. I have been there for 11 years. I am also a senior member of the TAC team that Felicia just acknowledged, and I am the first tenant who has been elected to the board for Community Home Trust. So I'm very proud of that. I'd like to tell you a little bit of something about the Landings. We have 58 apartments over there. Excuse me. In the 58 apartments, we have 49 who are of African-American descent. We have 8 that are Caucasian, and the rest are, it's just in other, they have other on their application. Every person who lives in the Landings has to recertify to make sure they fit into the criteria for the Landings. We have had amazing success with our partnership with Community Home Trust since they've taken over. They have made several improvements. There has been new flooring put in. There has been new lighting put in. There has been security measures put in. And we feel over there now that there is a sense of community that we haven't had in a long time. We have a voice now with the Tenant Advocacy Committee and also being able to get in touch with the management as well as Community Home Trust with our concerns. I think this has made for a better partnership. I think it has made a much better community because I know I can tell you every person who lives in the townhouses. That's where I'm at. And I can tell you every neighbor that I have that owns a home that's in front of me. I have a very good relationship with each and every one of them. And I will tell you that over the years, I have seen a dramatic change. We had really poor management for a while there. And since Community Home Trust has taken over, we have financial classes for people who needed the financial education. We have had, as was brought up, the community at large has participated in the ice cream socials, which is kind of fun for the kids and for us as well. And we get to know our neighbors. And I think that this is an intricate part of who we are as a community over at the Landings and at Winmore. I would love to have some people in this room donate to Community Home Trust and give us a little bit more, a little money that we can spend. But I appreciate the opportunity to come in and say hello to each and every one of you, to meet you, and say thank you.
Thanks, Brianne. Thanks for coming out tonight. Next up is Carolyn Oliveira. Welcome.
All right. Can everybody hear me? I speak pretty loud.
That's great. Thank you.
So I'm Caroline Oliveira. I'm Deputy Director for Community Home Trust. So first, it's a pleasure to be here, and we appreciate your support. I'm here to talk a little bit about what we do. I mean, I'm glad that you heard from some tenants, homeowners, and you will probably hear from some more people. But we know that Community Home Trust has been discussed in the past year in here, and I would like to share some things about Community Home Trust from Community Home Trust. So again, thank you for your support. We help both homeowners and tenants, as you've heard, and we help them find their home, and we work with affordable housing. So it is evident that we have a huge need for affordable housing. And in our homeownership program, we keep our homes affordable forever. So through our 90-year ground lease agreement, it keeps it affordable forever. We offer one-on-one financial counseling to our applicants, homeowners, tenants, really anyone in the community for free through our HUD certified agents. We offer home buyers education. You heard a little bit about that. And we also offer home maintenance workshops, and they're open to anyone. We are proud to say that we currently have over 330 permanently affordable homes and rentals, 278 homes, and then 60 rentals. The average household income of our homeowners is $41,820. And 50% of our homes are sold to workers in the public sector. So that includes anyone working in the University of North Carolina, UNC hospitals, Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools, Orange County schools, and local government, just to name a few. And it is important to know that the median sales price of a home in Chapel Hill, Carrboro, in 2021, for example, was $475,000. And the median cost of a home through CHT, the same time period, 2021, was around $120,000. So that's a big difference. I mean, we're really talking about affordable. And of course, we offer help and subsidy, and we support anyone that wants to become a homeowner. So it is truly affordable. And through our program, we also have a relationship with our homeowners and tenants. You were able to see a little bit of that as well. And we care for them. We have good relationship with them, communication with them as well. And yeah, like I said, you heard from a few, and you might hear from others as well. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Caroline. All right, next I have Jennifer Kimbrough. Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to try to stay on the same topic since we have some additional speakers on this topic rather than jumping to the next topic. So bear with me as I try to work through that. But is Mr. Floyd Barton speaking on this topic as well? Floyd Barton, are you here? No. Okay. Next up is Makita Mott. Makita, are you here? Don't see Makita. Bill, are you here on this topic or a more general topic? Oh, Makita, come on up. Welcome. And as you know, Makita, we ask folks to stay around 3 minutes, and thank you for being here.
Respected members of the Town Council and fellow neighbors. First of all, blessed greetings and blessed fall to everyone. Peace, love, fellowship, and community. First, let me show gratitude to any efforts made in the spirit of tenant rights, independence, and self-governance. I was going to start on something else, but I have to say for clarity, I'm not a fan of community home trust, as I've spoke out before. And because of that, I have been continuously retaliated against and mistreated from the current leadership of Community Home Trust. I'm a longtime resident, one of the original residents of the Landings, and I've seen a lot of things. In my view and some others' view, they're scared to come up here. The Landings at Windmore is in the worst it's ever been, especially due to breaches of confidentiality and unprofessionalism of Community Home Trust staff and the management company staff. It's been a living nightmare for me for the last 2 years. and I'm struggling and still struggling to stay afloat. Then getting back, it's still one love, one heart, and one destiny. Then you keep trying to silence me, but I'm not going to silence my voice. You have tried and tried and tried to tear me down, and none of the politicians are taking a full stand to try to solve this problem. And I'm going to continue to stand up until, even if I have to die. Do you understand me? If I have to die. Because you have given me hell these past 2 years.
Hey, Makeda, address your comments to us, please. Thank you.
Now, the Landings Tenant Association, the CHT, they created the TAC. That's the truth. They created it. The tenants didn't found it themselves. The TAC was created by Community Home Trust. So I am stepping out by myself, but I'm not alone. The Landings Tenant Association is an independent association without the management company and the ownership involved. The tenants should have rights to organize, mobilize, and centralize on their own. So I've established a tenant-run, nonprofit independent association that promotes quality of life and equity, the education of tenant rights and fair housing laws. We promote education and activities to the community at large, mobilizing of resident voices and rights of self-governance, community building driven. The motto is, this is my home, quality of life, self-governance, equity, and education are my 4 walls. With that said, give thanks to the Winmore Association, by the way, for not getting in the weeds of all this stuff. But at any rate, we would like to personally invite all residents to come and enjoy and build community at our second Building Community Block Party 2022, Part 2. This is going to be on next Sunday, October 23rd, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Winmore Village Green, which is located at 2200 East Winmore off of Homestead. The purpose of this event, and I'm almost finished, Mayor Damon.
Getting up there, so thank you.
Okay. The purpose of this event is to cultivate a space for intergenerational, cross-class, cross-cultural, cross-race community building between residents and homeowners, and is open to all residents. The goals are to eliminate stigmas around being in community with underscored neighbors, alleviate class tensions, foster new relationships, strengthen ties that have weakened through the isolation of the pandemic, and bring good food, health and wellness, music, and artism to the community while celebrating Black culture. By community building, we will promote the well-being by cultivating diverse, multicultural, cross-class community ties in a joyful, non-judgmental environment. There will be health and wellness presentations on topics such as...
Makeda, I'm going to have
I'm
to stop
almost
you.
finished. Okay?
Almost, you said a minute ago, so let's
Okay.
wrap it up.
Okay, being better by eating better by Vegan Flavor Cafe, breathe affirmations and positive thinking by Acoma Wellness Retreats, Wellness is a Choice by Joy Centered Wellness. Vendors, arts, crafts, just go to, it's sponsored by the Carrboro Recreation and Parks Cultural Recreation, Grow to Life, which is a Black-led food and nutrition nonprofit organization, and the LGBTQ Pop-Up Center of Carrboro. Contributions are welcome. There's still vendor space available. Bring your chairs, tents, and good vibes. And you can call us at 919-590-3688 or visit our website at www.landingstenantassociates.com. Give thanks, and again, peace, love, fellowship,
Thank you,
and
Makeda.
community.
Thank you. Okay. Bill, are you here to speak on this item or on another matter? Okay, so that's on our agenda later, so we'll bring you up for that a little bit later. Okay, thanks, Bill. And I think Dan Sargent is also here for the ARPA item, is that correct? Okay, thanks. Who have I missed? And Mr. Bob Proctor, you're here. So just so you're aware, just to give you a heads up, we're having a work session on the cemeteries topic on our agenda tonight, but we don't typically take public comment during work sessions. We're not making any decisions or taking any votes tonight on that topic. We're just going to have a conversation with staff. So I don't want you to feel like you're waiting to speak because that's great. You're more than welcome to do that. Thank you so much. And Brian Crawford, I almost missed you. Thank you for your patience. Come on up, Brian.
But I do want to speak in my generic 3 minutes. At the end.
Is this on the cemeteries topic?
Yeah, but during the general. Is that possible?
Okay. I mean, I think that you're sort of getting around the intent of the work session, which is really to focus on a council's opportunity to have a conversation about the topic and, you know.
Well, I read all.
Okay. This is why I prefer, Mr. Manager, that we try to do work sessions in the future that are standalone work sessions so we can be very clear with the public that work sessions are intended to be conversations by the council and not otherwise. Council members, what is your pleasure?
Or be last, this group of folks.
What do other council members feel?
I second that.
Okay. I'm seeing a nod. Okay, that's fine. So council members sounds like they're.
Okay, well, let me ask, so is this what we're doing going forward? Because if we're doing it now, we will do it later.
The problem.
Yeah, and I know it's the problem, but I'm just saying,
No, I contributed to this confusion. Actually, Bob asked me if I.
And I don't have a
thought it would be
problem, but I
appropriate,
mean,
and I was confused about the nature myself of the 3-minute.
I'm going
top
to
of a work
suggest
session,
this,
so I'm
and
partially to blame here.
council members you're welcome to overrule my decision, but I'm going to ask respectfully, Bob, that we not do this because
That's fine. Could I ask what we're not doing?
we're not going to take public comment on a matter that's before us in a work session.
Oh, not even during the 3 minutes before the whole meeting?
No, I think that's just setting a precedent.
Oh, I think there's some confusion among the board about this. Yeah, no, I think I think we should stick to, if it's a clear work session where we don't have conversations, then that's for everyone.
This was marked on the agenda as a work session,
Right, but we also have a public comment, and typically, we've never had this.
which is for items not on the printed agenda, which is also stated on the agenda, I believe, or
I
it used to
call,
be.
but there's a motion on the table, and I withdraw my second.
Okay, let's pause here, Bob. I don't want this to become a thing, but I just want to be clear that this is not what work sessions are for, and that clearly using the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting to get around that is clearly not in the spirit of the work session.
It's not getting around it. It's people speaking out about something they want to comment on. It's not part of the specific agenda, which is divided in a separate part of this meeting. That's how I see it. I think if we're going to have public comment, it even makes more sense that we hear from someone who's speaking about something else that is going to be discussed that evening. And all these other things that are further removed don't make sense at all if we're not even going to be discussing them. It benefits us to hear from the public about what we are supposed to be representing them on.
I take your point, Sammy. I just want to be clear, though, that you know as well as I do, and all your time on this council, that the period at the beginning of the meeting for public comment is meant for items that are not on the printed agenda. That's always been true in my time on the council, for sure.
There is an item on the printed agenda. And so
it is for items not on.
Right, but in the past, we typically have items that are on the printed agenda, people comment, and we're now sticking to.
Would you like to make a motion?
Huh?
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I mean, to represent.
Yes, Bob would like to.
I would like to, I would like for us to be aligned with our community if we're going to have a discussion. And
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, and I'm prefacing what I'm going to say. We're going to have an opportunity for the public to weigh in on matters that matter, especially when they're on the agenda, work session or not. I agree. We should either have only a work session and no public comment, or we should have public comment if it's intermixed with work session. For that reason, I would like to make a motion, as Randy previously stated, that we accept public comment during this meeting for all items on the agenda.
1 second, Barbara.
I'm sorry. Claire.
Do I hear a second? I know that-
I apologize truly to the board. I feel compelled to second this because Bob had approached me, and I share in this confusion. And I recognize now that Bob had approached me, and I know the purpose of the work session, and I misunderstood, this gap between a full work session meeting and a portion of a work session. Like Sammy, I thought that it would be appropriate to hear from, because the work session was sort of set apart from public comment, and we would be able to consider those comments. And so, just in the spirit of having committed to this resident, for which I really do apologize for the misuse of our time, to the board and to Bob for putting us in this position, I feel pretty responsible, and so I will second, because I think Bob should be heard after confirming erroneously with me.
Thank you for the explanation. So there's a motion by Sammy and seconded by Danny to overrule the decision of the chair. Any discussion? Barbara, you had your hand up.
No,
I don't even know if those kinds of motions are subject to discussion or debate. Can
right.
a parliamentarian
And
help
if
me with
not,
that?
that's not a problem either. We can just go ahead and vote. I just think it just seems kind of messy for us to try to work through this in real time, in this process. And I know council members are somewhat uncomfortable, with trying to do that. And you as the mayor, but there is a motion on the floor. But I did just want to just weigh in and say that it's kind of messy,
Thanks, Barbara. Lisa.
As I understand parliamentary procedure, if there is a motion to overrule the chair, that does require a 2/3 vote. That's from college mock
Yeah,
trial
take
thing.
one
Can
second.
someone give
We
me
have
an
something in the town code about this, so let me just take a moment.
And chair
Y'all
being
bear
the-
with me.
being the mayor. That's what
That's
and
right.
the chair being the mayor?
Right.
Yes.
Y'all give me 1 second while I take my glasses off and try to read them.
While you're looking for that, Mayor, I'm wondering, is it relevant that Mr. Proctor has decided to pull his comments for the evening?
Once the motion is.
Bob, are you willing to?
I'll be happy to do so for one. I believe many times in the past, we've been allowed to talk during the general 3-minute period for items on the agenda. I think what happens then is we do get to speak, but we speak later in the evening, right before. So there's actually, I'm a math professor, there are 3 cases. Case A
Bob, you can continue talking while I work through this document.
Do you come to the microphone for the benefit of?
Let's not do
street.
that. No, we're not doing that.
The main reason I showed up tonight is how silly I am. So. I don't want to undercut that. My 3 minutes wasn't that big. Anyway, case A.
All right, Bob, are you offering to rescind your request to speak tonight? Okay, thank you. So let's do that. And Bob, and I'll just say, to answer your very poignant question, as far as I can recall, the practice in general has been for the town council not to receive comment during the early comment period on matters that are on the printed agenda. That has generally been the practice. There may be times that are exceptions to that. They have certainly been exceptions to the rule. Bob has offered to.
So I will restate a motion. I would like for us to have a conversation as a council to, instead of go about this by setting precedent now, have a conversation about how we do want to go about it. If we are going to have a work session and someone is speaking at the 3-minute mark, are we going to allow that? Or are we going to dedicate solely work sessions for no public comment at all?
And that is, thank you, Sammy. That is one of the topics that is going to be addressed in this procedures document that we're drafting at the moment. So thank you for that.
So just the motion is for us to make sure that we address that.
Okay. It will be addressed. Do we need to vote on it? Or
If someone wants a second on it, we would need to, but if no one does, then we don't.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused. The original motion.
are you withdrawing the motion, Sammy?
My original motion, I would do.
Okay. I can tell you that the document that we're drafting right now will address this topic that you've raised. All right. Thank you very much, Bob.
Sorry.
I apologize too here. board.
No, no,
because
no.
I do think
Reason to apologize.
No reason to
We
apologize.
constantly do what you just described you expected us to do.
One of the things that we're working on is procedural things that are exactly like this and making sure that we all understand what the expectations are so that everybody else understands what the expectations are. So we're gonna, we're gonna,
You do get to speak later on in the meeting.
during that item, that's right. Okay, we're gonna move on. Thanks again, Bob. All right, thanks everyone for your patience with us during that fascinating discussion for parliamentarians, but otherwise. Okay, Brian, welcome. Brian, you were not speaking on a matter on the agenda, that's right, okay.
Following in the footsteps of Bob, though. This is pretty ready. I will hit play.
We also know that you're warm and cuddly, so.
So yeah, my name is Brian Crawford. I live in the newly constructed Kentfield neighborhood. I'm here to talk today about the modern day segregation and discrimination that's experiencing in this neighborhood. Today we're actually going to watch a video. It's a little bit over 3.5 minutes. I apologize in advance, but I'm going to show you, demonstrate why this is important. I actually don't want any audio. Is that muted?
It is muted, yes.
Okay, perfect. So what we're actually doing here, we're going to go on an adventure outside of my house, and I cannot go to the right driving outside of my driveway. I have to go to the left because the board in 2019 decided to block Wyndham Drive in this section. So my route is now 3.5 minutes longer every single time that I leave my house. If we look at the math associated with that, I leave my house at least 4 times a day to drop off and pick up my child. That's 14 minutes a day spent driving. 14 minutes a day, about 6 days per week, because we also go to the farmer's market and things like this. That's 84 minutes per week that I spend driving unnecessarily. Come to this stop sign. We're going to take a left. And I'm going to pause because we're actually going to count the cars. They're going to encroach on this woman that's trying to go through this crosswalk. If we multiply these 50 weeks, so this woman actually, if you look up on the top right, she's trying to cross this road with her dog. And let's count the cars that actually go by. 1, 2, she's in the crosswalk. 3, 4, now she's running. And then 1 more, 5. That's a very typical situation in that crosswalk. 45-mile-an-hour road both ways. You're forcing me to go out on this road and take a left. So 50 weeks in a year, I take 2 weeks of vacation, right? That's 4,200 minutes a year that I spend driving in a circle. 70 hours a year. I guarantee, I can all but guarantee, every single person in this room would do something way better with their time than these 70 hours of driving that I'd have to do. Let's talk a little bit about the costs associated with this. 50 cents a mile, the IRS guidelines, blah, 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 right? It costs me about $600 in fuel cost extra every single year because of this roadblock. If you look at the economic loss of the time, if you just look at the average income in Carrboro, $67,469 per year, you multiply this by the number of hours per year that we're driving here, we're losing about $2,961 per year spent driving in a circle. A couple speed bumps as well.
Just hit 3 minutes. So.
Yep, it's about 30 minutes, 30 seconds, no, not 30 minutes, not 30 seconds. So we're gonna be here for 45 minutes talking about this. We're gonna take a left, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually end up on Wyndham Drive, 500 feet from my house. And there are 6 homes in between, in those 500 feet. Is this a private road? Why is Carrboro maintaining this? Is this a gated community? Why is Carrboro maintaining this road? So we're almost there. I appreciate your patience. I know there's a lot of people here today. So we're almost there. This is about 3.5 minutes of my life every single day, 4 times a day at least, that I do this. We're going to get to this stop sign. This is the road that I live on right here. This is Wyndham Drive. And up to my left, you cannot see it because there's a little bit of a little bit of a turn, but my house is right here about 500 feet up that road. I have to do this every single day. Unblock Wyndham Drive.
Thanks, Brian.
So,
All right.
question,
Tammy.
is there a way in which, I believe you've spoken to the Transportation Advisory Board, and I'm just curious to understand whether they are potentially going to send us a recommendation since they're tasked with thinking these things through.
Mr. Manager, has staff been in touch with Mr. Crawford about, procedure for moving forward on a request of this kind? And
Yes, we did send an email a couple of weeks ago explaining the current situation
Mhm.
for this, the ballots that are there.
maybe we can get some information from you about that, about what are the possible courses of action for the council to take in a situation like
And one is definitely for the Transportation Advisory Board to issue a recommendation. So I would encourage you, Brian, to reach out to them, and as you've probably already done, and encourage them to make such a thing. Thank you.
that makes sense, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Oh no, we're losing so many people now. Okay, we've made it through our public comment period. Thanks to everyone for that. We are going to move on to the consent agenda, Mr. Manager. I didn't miss anyone, I don't think, other than for later agenda items. Bill and Dan, okay. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on the consent agenda is the approval of minutes from the April 5th and April 12th, 2022 meetings. The second item is a resolution to modify the COVID-19 Mitigation Business Grant Program. The purpose of this item is to modify the COVID-19 Mitigation Business Grant Program to provide a procedure for requesting a change in the use of grant funds. The next item is a request to set a public hearing for consideration of a minor modification to the Perry Place Special Use Permit A project at 800 and 802 Merritt Mill Road. The purpose of this item is to request that Town Council adopt a resolution setting a public hearing date for consideration of a minor modification to the Special Use Permit A for Perry Place at 800, 808 Merritt Mill Road. The modification will allow NCDOT to complete right-of-way improvements within the Merritt Mill Road corridor in lieu of CASA doing so. The next item is an ordinance amending the Carrboro Town Code to comply with SB 300 SL 2021-138 and other statutory amendments. The next item is approval to the Carrboro Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee. Purposes of agenda items for the Town Council to make an appointment to the Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee and recommend the appointment to the Orange County Board of Commissioners. The next item is appointment to the Economic Sustainability Commission. The next item is appointment to the Stormwater Advisory Commission. And the final item is adoption of policies for the expenditure of American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I believe that there's been, I'm sorry, Barbara, go ahead.
Go ahead and say what.
There's some interest in pulling item number 6, which is
Right.
the appointments to the Economic Sustainability Commission. So what I'd like to recommend we do for that item is move that down to our other matters section where we're also making appointments to another advisory board and have that conversation jointly with that one, since they seem to overlap each other somewhat. And Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move items 1 through 5, 7, and 8.
Could I pull April 5th meeting minutes, please?
Oh, okay.
Hold on one second. So Sammy wants to pull the April 5th meeting minutes for consideration at a later meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So Barbara, your motion amended as
Mhm.
than April 5th. Okay.
So
Is
April
there a
12th
I think
minutes
Randy, you
instead.
seconded?
I did.
The motion is to approve items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8, except for the April 5th minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. And Mr. Manager, we'll take up the item number 6 later on in the agenda. Okay, great. We'll move on to other matters. Mr. Manager?
The first item under other matters is adoption of the grant project ordinance for expenditure of ARPA funds. And the purpose item is to present the revised allocation plan for expenditure of these funds. And before I turn over to council, just want to mention 4 things. One is that what you have tonight before you is a revised list of the projects are recommended for expenditure of these funds. And that list is a result of the feedback that you all gave us at your last council meeting when you discussed this, and from also the small group and one-on-one meetings we've had to discuss these projects. You also have a list of items that are not on the recommended list, if you will, with explanations of why those projects did not make it to the revised list you're considering tonight. You also have a copy of Exhibit A, which we inadvertently left out of the agenda packet, and requests for funding must be made in writing for these funds. And so we gave you a copy of Exhibit A that must be used to do that. And finally, just want to point out that on that revised list, we did leave about $170,000 unallocated. So those are funds that are available to be directed in whichever direction you'd like to use those funds.
Okay. Is there any kind of staff presentation in addition to?
No presentation tonight, but our management team is here to answer any questions you might have on any specific project.
Right, so we have a draft ordinance before us that the staff has recommended we adopt, but I know there'll be some discussion. Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of the town staff for your work in pulling all this together, Mr. McAdoo and company, and the rest of town leadership and staff. This is a lot of work, and a lot of work went into it. So I do want to take this opportunity to say thank you for pulling it together in this way. It's very clear and to the point, and easy to follow. So I appreciate that. I did have one question. Are there going to be any, I don't know if progress reports is the right word, but like some kind of running track of, how the money is spent and when? Is there going to be anything available like that as we kind of implement different projects and start spending the money, or not really?
Thank you, Councilmember Fushi. There's a lot of work, you're right, to get to this point, but there's even more work on the back end once we really begin to implement these projects, and they will require some additional reporting and tracking of the dollars spent and how they were used. So yes, there will be an accountability mechanism, if you will, put in place to track these dollars.
And so periodically, will we hear anything about that, or will it come to us in or is that even a thing that's been discussed?
If that's council's wish, we can figure out some mechanism to provide you some.
But that's more work.
Yes.
A bit more work.
But
but that was my question. So I don't want to make it too difficult and too much more work, but it was just something that I thought about. Yeah. So whatever you decide.
If you'll give a chance, an opportunity to explore that, we'll figure out some mechanism how we can maybe give you updates as we move along, because we have 2 years to spend the money.
Right.
So it'll be a pretty intensive 24 months ahead of us, but we'll figure out some way to at least keep you up to date on some of these projects.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Richard. Before I move on to other council members, I just reminded myself by looking at this list that we do have 2 speakers who signed up to speak on this agenda item. And I wonder if it might be best to go ahead and hear from them before we proceed. Okay. So we'll start with Bill Rowe. Thanks, Bill, for being here. Come on up. And again, we do ask folks to keep their comments to 3 minutes.
Dinner's getting cold.
We'll try to get you out of here soon.
Let's see. Not really a podium here. Might have to get on my knees to be heard here. So, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Bill Rowe. I am both a regular volunteer and a member of the Advocacy Committee for Orange County Habitat for Humanity. And I'm here basically to thank you for your current support and for your future support. So first, I want to thank the town staff for putting together a great proposal for the ARPA funding, their recognition of the need to invest in affordable housing. The pandemic, I think, was a great example. So maybe there's some positive things related to the pandemic, but it showed us how important affordable housing is to health, and particularly for low-income people. being crowded obviously has a huge health impact. Second, I want to thank the council members, of course the mayor, for your past support of affordable housing. I know that many of you attended the dedication of the 2 duplexes, i.e. 4 units that were created on Cobb Street. And I personally spent many hours helping to develop those units. And I think you know what high quality units those are. I mean, wow, affordable housing that really has a positive impact on the whole community, I would say the whole town, but certainly on Carrboro's part of the North Side community. As a member of the Advocacy Committee, I'm aware that there's been some discussion with, I guess, town staff about some future collaborations where new affordable home ownership opportunities where the owners have to put in 275 hours worth of volunteer work before they can move in. I think I'm probably speaking to the choir here. I think most of you understand this. But also, these units are going to be affordable, basically in perpetuity. So this is not a one and done kind of, we're going to build housing for homeowners and, 5 years later they sell it and walk away with some big profit. So the ARPA funds for affordable housing will provide an opportunity to do something truly transformational, I think, in Carrboro. The Habitat staff and the many Habitat volunteers and supporters urge you to go ahead and support the proposal for the funding of affordable housing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bill. It's definitely one of the most exciting parts of this proposal. I agree with you. All right, Dan Sargent, come on up.
Good evening, folks. Thank you so much for having me. For those of you who I don't know, I'm Dan Sargent. I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together of the Triangle. We do home repair here in the town and across 4 counties here in the central part of the state. We're also a founding member of the Orange County Home Preservation Coalition, and we want to express our appreciation for the support that you folks as a group and as a town have the support you've provided to help not just individual Carrboro homeowners, but to help folks throughout the Orange County get the assistance they need in terms of weatherization and repair. And we're really excited about the opportunity to have weatherization and a significant investment in weatherization and repair included. Through the affordable housing dollars that the town already invests, we have done a pretty good job of keeping up with the needs that sort of bubble up in the community. One of the things we're excited about with the opportunity for this one-time investment, hopefully a first-time investment from the town in a large-scale weatherization and climate investment in residential housing, is that we'll have the chance as a coalition to get more proactive about identifying folks that maybe aren't asking for help, but really have there's opportunities to both improve their lives, reduce energy burdens, and reduce the carbon we're emitting, and among other things. So we're really excited about the chance to work collaboratively, and we'd encourage you to support that element of the proposal, along with the many other important things that are going into this work. So thank you so much for listening and for having us tonight. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Dan. Thanks for being here. Sammy, go ahead.
Dan, could I ask you a question? One of the great things happening right now is we're finally getting some federal funds. This specifically is one of those pots of money, and I was curious to get a sense to what degree your organization and that collaborative is tapping into other money, such as through the infrastructure and the other climate monies that are coming. There's some monies for weatherization specifically. So if this could be leveraged and we don't like use this money for things that might be covered for those other funds, is that something that you're helping us think through?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the middle of reporting on about $650,000 of ARPA dollars that came through the Division of Environmental Quality that we're rebuilding together. We spent about 5 months. And the idea with that is to help expand not just the weatherization measures that are eligible, because there are limitations under the Weatherization Assistance Program in terms of what's eligible. It's really designed as a low-hanging fruit program, which is fantastic, but if you have fruit that's higher up the tree, we are trying to find ways to essentially get more homes qualified for weatherization using dollars like that, and we anticipate there will be continuing to be those dollars available. The $75 million, which you heard about probably coming through the Infrastructure Act, is really targeted through the elements of the Weatherization Assistance Program, and so those dollars will be available. What isn't included in that are more of these dollars to help address deferral issues that are preventing folks from getting weatherized, or to help folks that are low income but further up the income spectrum above 200% of poverty. We have a lot of folks that are between, say, 200% of poverty and 80% of median income who needs this kind of assistance, and it's just not available through WEP. And so there's a lot of gaps that we can fill. The other interesting thing, exciting thing we're doing is we're doing a lot of electrification, beneficial electrification in helping folks who are paying high propane bills and things like that, and we're able to get them onto really efficient water heaters or heat pumps and things like that. We're installing hybrid heat pump water heaters throughout the county through some climate action funding from the county. And so again, expanding the types of things that we can do and interventions we can take to help folks lower their bills and also reduce their climate impact.
Very exciting. Thank you so much. I mean, this is one of those great opportunities where we're doing climate action and affordability in our town. I appreciate your work on this and providing those details. And look forward to
Absolutely.
seeing
Yeah,
how-
happy to help any way we can. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, as Sammy said, it's one of those things where we find advancing our affordability goals and our climate action goals go together in one project. So it's really important. Okay, thanks to Bill and Dan. So we'll move on now with continued conversation by council members. Are there other questions or comments from council members for the manager? Susan and then Eleazar.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Let me begin by lifting up what Barbara said. I wanted to also thank you very much, Mr. Manager and staff, for all of your help during this process. It's I really appreciate how responsive you have been to all of our questions, all the information, and all that we have learned during this process. And I think we're getting really close to having a terrific plan in place. So thank you for your leadership through all of this. Few questions. Also, I do want to sort of lift up what Bill and Dan said. Bill mentioned the transformational housing, and that really stands out to me as well in this budget plan with the $1 million for the affordable housing units. Sammy, your leadership on the weatherization of low middle income homes, I think that's $500,000, another $500,000 for emergency housing assistance. So I really appreciate where we have put priorities in this budget plan. Just a few questions. First is we received an email today sort of indicating that the Carrboro Bike Coalition had some thoughts on how this $45,000 for the bike fix-it stations could be, how that funding could perhaps be better utilized. And so I was going to just throw out the possibility of, rather than earmark that $45,000 for bike fix-it stations, that's so hard to say, that we instead maybe provide it for bicycle improvements. And I mention that because it would sort of buy the time that Heidi talked about in her email, that there could be opportunities to talk to folks in some of the folks who have been, neighborhoods disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and get a little bit of feedback from them on how those bicycle improvements could best be made, and then be maybe able to earmark that money in a more impactful way. So I wanted to just throw out that as one suggestion. Next is I did have a question on the human services There's a little over $500,000 and it's for human services. And I wasn't sure how that worked in terms of our outside agency grant process. Will this $500,000 still go through that same process, or is this entirely separate from that? And how will those decisions be made if it is entirely separate?
I'm going to try this, Emery, and if I get this wrong, please feel free to jump in. So we will have a review process like we do for our usual human services process, but it needs to reflect the ARPA requirements. So that'll be the different take on this money, if you will. As long as it meets the ARPA requirements, we do plan to have an intake and review process for this funding as well.
Okay.
With an advisory structure board set up around it as well for that review process.
Right. Next question is, we are, of course, without a transportation planner right now, and there's a lot of really exciting bicycle projects that are in the hopper. And I know that there is it takes time to recruit, identify the right person to be filling that position. So I wondered about some of the funding that we have that was a little bit of that money that we still have to spend, about devoting that to, I don't know who the right person is, but some kind of consultant who will come in short-term basis, just help us get some of these projects moving along that have been sitting for a little while. So I wanted to just throw out that idea to all of you to get your thoughts on that. And my final question is, thank you, Mr. Manager, very much for all of the answers to your questions in the email. The one that I did want to follow up on is the social worker at the 203, and I'm not sure if everybody else has had a chance to read the email. I know there are problems with doing this, especially the time frame for the 203, but also I just personally, I love the idea of having a social worker at the library, just having this one person who, a community member can walk in and they talk to one person who can connect them with so many different programs and services in the community, rather than having to go to each of these different places on a separate trip, or having all of these different conversations over the phone. So I just, I think the estimated cost on that was,
It's a range
salary was like 38 to 73,000. I wanted to throw that out there as well, just if anybody else has the same interest in that. But I know that I'm especially interested in it if it could be done in the right time frame.
How would that be set up? I mean,
That's one note we made, that it would take some, we said it's not shovel ready, hate to use that term, but we don't think it's shovel ready, and that we would have to do some program development to figure out how this would work. So that would take a little time to figure that piece out.
It would also be it would require an ongoing investment, right? It's not a one-time.
Yes, once the ARPA funding is gone, it would have to be funded some other way, yes.
Would that be something to coordinate with the county?
I did want to mention I know that we have a mental health counselor that was a pilot program as well. So that's not the right term, but
For the police department?
in the police
Yes.
department. So I was thinking of it the same way as that pilot is, let's try it for a year. My sense is it would be really very, a very, very effective way of connecting people with services. We try it for a year, and if I'm totally wrong, which wouldn't be the first time, then we would know not to continue the funding for future years.
That is one I do want to point out. We also have a grant that we're still waiting to hear about. It's a 2-year grant. So we were looking at this being, that to particularly be a 2-year effort. And then we'll have to fund that after the 2 years, but we're looking at that as a 2-year program, not just a 1-year pilot for the police department.
Oh.
Renee?
Let's hold on to these ideas that Susan has raised for some further discussion. And I have Eleazar next for questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, just a quick question, just so that I finalize my thoughts around Councilmember Romaine's questions. We have to use this money by what date?
It has to be spent by December 31st of 2024.
When is the 203 project scheduled to be complete and ready for operations?
We were on an 18-month building cycle, so I'm thinking that'd be May of 2024.
So if we were to put aside some of the funding for counselor, that would be for the 6-month period rather than a full year.
Yes, just whenever it's approved, and once we get up and running, whatever time we had left in that,
Okay.
whatever the remaining time that would be.
Actually, no, I'm just thinking through, because I also would love to see someone there to provide those services, but I'm also looking at the timeline of this grant. I'm looking at the feasibility of it all. But all right, so I looked through, and I will echo my thanks to all of the staff and everyone who put a lot of work into this. I know it's a lot and took a lot of time, so thank you so much for being with us on it. Especially this list that tells me what wasn't funded and why. This is super helpful. So thank you for that. As far as what is being proposed, I only have a few questions. The first is on the murals. I see that's one of the only ones that doesn't have any explanation to it. I just want to see, how did staff arrive at 24,000? I've worked with artists before, and 24,000 for 2 murals seems like folks are going to be doing on the like very low budget end. So I just want to see, like, is this to subsidize programs already happening, or is it we're going to open this up and say $12,000 per mural? And a question on that.
I'll ask Charles Harrington if he could help us on that one, please.
Welcome, Charles.
That should indicate 2 to 3. What we found, based on previous murals, anywhere from 6 to 10,000 per mural, depending on the size and scope. And typically, that's going to be an all-inclusive cost for materials and the artist fee.
Okay, no, that's great to know. 'Cause, some of the work that I've done with murals before, it was like 10,000 just to get the project started, depending on the size, right? But
Sure.
Thank you for that context. So this would just be an open call for artists. Is there a plan to make these murals in specific part of town, or what's the plan as far as implementation?
Based on how this was proposed by us, I believe by Councilmember Romaine, downtown will be the focus. Of course, we need to identify some locations that could be private businesses with a partnership. Depending on the time frame, 203 is an option. The consultants identified some installation opportunities for art there, one of which was on the side of the facility. So again, that would be contingent upon the time, but we may be able to accomplish that within the time frame.
Awesome. And last thing on this, I just want to encourage that as we move forward, we prioritize, minority folks, right? Thinking about POC, thinking about women, and ensuring that as we go through these projects, not only the artist, but the communities involved in the creation of the art, and the art reflects goals of the town. But I'm sure that that's already on your agenda.
Oh, absolutely. And I believe the last 3 to 4 murals that we've done have been all BIPOC artists involved.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, do you have more?
Yeah, just one more. Oh no, not for you, not for you.
We'll be back later.
Is there a specific reason the Racial Equity Commission recommendations is in green?
No, that was just we should take that out.
He means both.
Okay. I saw that, I was wondering it. I was like, I don't know. Let me ask. Okay, cool. I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Eleazar. Danny.
Not an immense amount for me. The one thing I really did want to pick up and run with, Susan, talking about those fix-its, really appreciated the feedback from the Carrboro Bike Coalition. I have some kind of more specific thoughts here. So I think the 3 locations that the fix-its are proposed for here, one of them is MLK Park, and there's 2 other locations. I think it probably makes quite a lot of sense to have a fix-it at MLK Park, understanding that they are of somewhat limited utility to experienced cyclists. I still think that's a place where a lot of frankly, toddlers come with their bikes, and there's just a benefit to lowering barriers as much as possible there. So I kind of like the fix-it there, but keeping in mind what I take to be $30,000, 3 fix-its, $45,000 is what's allocated. I went looking through the bike plan and found that the Shelton Street contraflow lane is estimated at $30,000. So I wonder if we might be amenable to pursuing the MLK fix-it and then the Shelton contraflow lane, which this week being, I guess tomorrow is Safe Walk and Bike to School Day, and that's a part of our Safe Roads to Schools and bike plan. I think that would be, I think even above the sort of equity measures and programs of bringing folks into the bike share program we'll have. I think the Bike Coalition said even a higher priority was just putting the shovel in on some projects we've committed to. And then the other thing that I just want to underscore, this bike plan, the numbers that we have here are very thoughtfully spent. I really, really appreciate seeing the Homestead Road. I really appreciate seeing the beacon at McDougal. And it's so helpful for us to understand and for the public to understand that even what sometimes seem like modest improvements, that beacon, are really significant expenses for the town. And so I want council to be thinking, and for our staff to really be thinking about, the bike plan was adopted by this council 2 years ago. Many projects marked as underway a year ago now have not been completed. Most of the phase 1 priority projects have not been initiated. And the numbers that we have here to compare them to are really significant. So I think we need to reckon with the fact pretty directly that we're going to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars that are not presently on our mind, just to meet the obligation for this plan, which we've already done. And, at the risk of soapboxing to my colleagues and more for the public, the reason that this is so important to me is this bike plan. In our comprehensive plan, we have done so much work to improve the possible connectivity and the possible access and equity for every part of our town, that, not have to depend on a car, to have a safer way of getting around. And kind of that bike plan, which does not necessarily refer strictly, to bicycle infrastructure, but, a predominantly bicycle-focused approach to making much more accessible public spaces. None of that is going to be possible if we don't really bite down and do the plan that we have committed to. So I really, really appreciate staff being aggressive here in this ARPA document and showing a couple of those phase 1 priorities. And I just want to, urge us to continue to look for pretty much every dollar we can to meet this obligation we've already committed to.
Thanks, Danny. Other comments? Before I come back to you, Elazar, I want to make sure Sammy and Randy have a chance.
Not right
for
now,
comments.
thank you. Not at the moment.
Yeah, I would just come behind Danny and agree that, in following through with the fix-it that were recommended. First of all, with Martin Luther King, and Danny didn't say this, but with Martin Luther King Park, not only is there a pump track right there that brings folks from all over the community, but it's the northwesternmost outpost that's in a park that is accessible. So thank you for raising those points. It was very helpful. I appreciated seeing the explanations for the projects that were considered but not included, because it really brought out why several of the economic development and entrepreneurial conversations that we've had, for the reason that they're not included is because several of them are under consideration in other ways. I just wanted community to understand that there's a very strong commitment to economic development and non-traditional entrepreneurial and maker and pop-up and incubator businesses. So thank you, John, for your work.
Thanks, Randy. Elazar, you had a comment?
Yeah, just wanted to follow up with Danny, just so I understand your proposal is from the 45 that's earmarked, 15 would go to the MLK fix-it and 30 would go to the additional bike plan.
Shelton Street contraflow lane in particular.
There we go.
I think we have the indication that will be pretty close to shovel ready within the 2 years. And since it's relatively modest and pretty load bearing from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that I understood that correctly because I would be completely on board with that as well.
So it might be helpful to hear from, and Barbara, I see your hand. Be helpful to hear from staff on that particular point, right? If there's interest in allocating those funds to that project, does it fall in those sort of feasibility timeline issues that we've considered for these other projects? I see our manager and planning director having a animated conversation.
Just taking on Shelton Street, but we're okay.
Okay, is that just say on Shelton Street rather than specifically about?
Yes, we'll need to do a little checking on the Shelton Street project to make sure this is viable to move forward. But if you want to go ahead and designate that for now, we can certainly try to work toward that. But
okay,
you just want to note that there might be some complications there.
The council members will note that that's an interest in allocating 30,000 of that 45,000 for Shelton Street improvements for the bike plan. Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So my questions were under Public Works with the paving of Fitch and Butler. I know it's just saying what's being done. I know Fitch, we currently use the parking, or we will be using that parking during 203 project construction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's part of that. And then the Butler parking lot, are we using that as well? Yes. Oh, Butler too? Oh, okay. See, that's what I wasn't aware of. Okay. That was my question. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Barbara. That's a good clarification. These are expenses that the town was going to be incurring anyway, because we need to use those properties as agreed to previously. So, yeah. Susan?
Yes, thank you for mentioning that, Barbara. I just had one follow-up to Barbara's question then is, can some of those spaces be, rather than just car spaces, be bicycle spaces at Fitch? And I mention it because I think there's been an effort to try to get some bicycle spaces at Southern States, and it's been a little challenging, and it would be really nice to have these bicycle spaces right across the street.
We'll look into that to see if that's doable. Yes.
All right. So I'll just say, okay, Sammy, you ready? Go ahead.
Sorry, I actually don't remember the paving of the Butler parking lot as part of the plan. Is that?
Well, the use of the Butler.
Use of it, but we never talked about paving it.
Well, I mean, just it would have to be improved to be used, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, but not necessarily paved. My concern is that $10,000 for something that will be, by the way, the Butler's already approved to be the Hilton, and it'll potentially be constructed soon. I'm just wary of doing improvements, especially when they're not used, and some might say it's not used because it's not improved, but the parking deck is empty all the time. So I'm just wary of throwing $10,000 away when we have plenty of other spaces where we could better be using parking that are empty now. And so maybe the Fitch lumber lot, there's some justification for it because it's pretty central and it's degraded, and Fitch currently uses it. But even that, I feel, is a strange use of precious money. So me personally, I would at a minimum pull out the Butler money, because it's definitely not a space that is used. We have empty spaces in the current parking deck all the time. Until those are used, then maybe we could allocate $10,000 towards paving the Butler lot.
If I could seek clarification on that, because it does say pave, but the description says regrade and add gravel. Let me ask either Daniel or Jonathan clarify. It's just to regrade and add gravel, not to pave.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Okay, that's better. But even that's a problem because it's not needed. I mean, the parking deck is empty. So I know I'm a minority with this opinion on this council. So I just need to express that because I also represent a lot of people who share my opinion on that. But if folks are warm to that idea, I would suggest we hold off and better allocate those $10,000 and augment towards what Susan was saying in terms of identifying other uses for bike infrastructure. And in terms of this question that Danny raises, I appreciate it. I think it's imperative that we find funds to follow through with our bike plan, and the contraflow seems like a good one. I'm just wondering if there will be any money left over for these other needs. It sounds like there's interest by the Bike Coalition to help us find uses. And one way we might be able to think about this is that the climate action plan calls for these grants for neighborhoods on climate action, and perhaps as part of that process, which currently has some allocated funds, we could augment those funds and encourage folks to think in terms of bike infrastructure for low-income housing, maybe. So I don't make the thing, I didn't hope to complicate things further, but it's just one more idea under that. And maybe what we need to do instead of bikes fix-it stations is just have a bike infrastructure placeholder for this conversation to continue as a council with the help of our partners in the community and even the Transportation Advisory Board.
Thanks, Sammy. All right. I'll just throw in a couple of thoughts on my own here too. I like the idea of allocating some of that fix-it station money to something that's actually in our bike plan, which I think is a good use for those funds. But assuming Mr. Manager, you'll need to look a little further into that, I guess. But in general, the impulse to find opportunities to implement the bike plan, which identifies specific uses or things that we have decided we want to invest in, I would support. It looks to me like there are $170,000 of unassigned funds in this plan as well, and I personally would support using those funds to further advance the projects that we've already identified as priorities in the bike plan. I would even say, Sammy, I appreciate the recommendation about the neighborhood projects, but to me, like, let's just get the bike plan implemented. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's do it. And we have, yeah, exactly. So if there's a way to allocate these remaining funds, including the 30,000 that Danny identified, to implementing the already adopted bicycle plan, then I think we should just make the effort to do it if it's possible. In terms of other comments from folks, I think we heard some really great thoughts today, and that was the one that was on my mind, and I appreciate council members raising it. With regard to, I guess, the question, Sammy, thanks for raising the question about the Butler lot. The reason I guess it didn't.
Oh, the
future Hilton. Right? The future Hilton, yeah. So I guess the reason it didn't sort of make me blink when I looked at the proposal is that my assumption has been, and maybe I should pose this as a question for the manager, is we're going to have to regrade and gravel the lot anyway because we're going to be using it. And we've already decided that it's going to be used as a parking location during construction of the 203. So is this simply an attempt by staff to say, well, there's some money to do a thing that we know we have to do already? Or is it some other motivation here?
I think it's just use it for our parking lease, but let me confirm that. I don't know if we thought about future use, but can you all speak to that?
And totally understanding Sammy's point too, that this is a temporary use, right? We haven't, this is.
Yeah. So it's going to be just a temporary use, and so we're already leasing it. And if you've been out there recently, the drive is not necessarily easy to see, and so this will help take care of that. It'll help restone and make the ground a little bit better for parking and driving on. It's already pretty well compacted, so but the additional gravel will help delineate the space as well as make it a little easier for parking cars out there and take care of any bumps and irregularities in the surface.
Thanks, John. That's helpful. So I'll just, again, that was the reason I didn't kind of quite have a reaction about it, just because I assumed it was related to this thing we'd already decided was going to be done. But I take your point about it, sure. So maybe we can have some additional conversation about that, because I agree with Sammy on if it's not something we need to spend or weren't already planning to spend, do we really want to spend that? But I don't have any other concerns about the proposed allocation plan, so I'd like for us to make some progress toward approving something here. We have, I will say the firmest thing I think we have before us is to allocate 30,000 of the 45,000 currently described for bike fix-it stations to implementation of the Shelton Street bike plan project.
And I'm comfortable with it even being implementation of a,
Bike
a comparably valued bike plan project. I really do think that's a high priority one for town, but if $30,000 is best spent elsewhere in the bike plan, I could definitely be
And
cool
then
with
use
that.
the remaining that's assigned there for the fix-it station at the MLK Junior Park bike pump track. The others that I have here, there's some continued interest in, let's see, Eleazar had a question about the murals. We got that answered. Thank you, Eleazar. Had a previous comment about unassigned balance for the bike plan. Questions from Susan about continued interest in the 203 project and social service navigator kind of position there. Although it sounds like that's maybe needs some more research.
Yeah.
I feel like were there other?
Can I add one more thing? I totally agree with trying to get as many dollars into the bike plan right now as possible. But I also just sort of wonder, do we have the bandwidth to do that? So that's why I was wondering, with some of this $170,000, can that be some consulting hours with a engineering firm, planning firm that can help us move some of these projects forward?
As a planning director and I have had that conversation, and we'll continue to try to refine that. That might be a path we can take to help continue these projects.
For council members, would it be fair to say that what we're interested in seeing here is use of the 170,000 unassigned balance plus 30,000 of the fix-it station amount allocated to the extent possible to implementation of the bike plan?
200 grand more bike bucks.
Right. It sounds like the manager needs to do some number crunching to figure out exactly what those projects would be within the feasibility guidelines and the timeline available to us under the ARPA regulations. But that's the general idea. Barbara?
I have a question. Fitch in and Butler out.
I think we need to come back to a conversation about that.
Right, because the Butler one was the one that looked like an outlier to me as well. Like, what is that? The Butler lot. I remember about Fitch, about using that, but Butler was one that I wasn't that clear on.
Thanks for raising that. So let me just ask my question again, Mr. Manager, because I want to make sure I understand the intent of the amount assigned for the Butler property. Are the improvements that would be made with this funding improvements that the town would already have been needing to do as part of its plan to use the Butler property? Or is this something in addition to what we were already planning to do to temporarily use the Butler property?
This was already planned for us to do, to temporarily use the lot.
So this is an expense we were already going to be taking on.
Yes.
You said, well, let's just use some ARPA money for that because it's a good opportunity to use some ARPA money for that.
But we didn't put in the FY23 budget, and it's a need we currently have, and here's a way to fund it, was ARPA
That's
funding.
the clarification. I guess that's the question I wanted to make sure we got answered. Is this, it's an expense the town was already going to make?
But it wasn't budgeted. We need to do it, but we didn't budget for it.
And my perspective is that decision was a bad one, and we have an opportunity now to remedy it.
Okay. So thank you that's a very fair clarification. So thank you, Sammy.
That's the point.
Okay. I guess my inclination is to not try to revisit that decision in this context, but I totally get what Sammy is saying. Okay. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, folks have asked, and I'd love for Charles to explain the interest and the need for ARPA funds to go to the horseshoe. Well, because it seems like ARPA money really could be better spent than on a horseshoe pit, and folks have asked about it, so I'm raising the question so we can share with the community the explanation of why it's on the list when none of the council folks have brought it forth.
Sure, it's a project that we've been looking at doing for a number of years in terms of tying it to ARPA. Our participants in our horseshoe tournaments, the percentage of participants as it relates to minority participants is much higher compared to other athletic programs that we offer. It's also some events that bring in people from outside the community, therefore supporting tax dollars, expenditures within town to help recoup some of those losses with ARPA. But certainly that's a decision for the council, if it's something for
I asked a
consideration.
follow-up question, Charles? Thanks, and welcome back to the podium. Twice in one night, you're
Yeah, that's
you're
right.
winning. Similar to my question about the previous item, this is an expense that you were already planning to make, although not yet budgeted, but it was something that was already identified as a need by the department.
Identified as a need. It's something that, we're looking at as a CIP project at some point. It did not make it into this year's budget, but it is something that for a number of years we've been trying to accomplish.
Paying for it now would keep it off the CIP in the future, basically.
Right.
Thank you. I have Susan and then Eleazar and then Danny.
Charles, just to follow up, it sounds like in the email response I got that there is a higher percentage of minority participants. It says in the
Correct.
email.
Roughly, it could vary by tournament, but roughly 25 to 30%.
Eleazar?
So, say we don't use this money for horseshoes. Is there it's a $114,000. Is there other projects that are more urgent that need, and I'm sure you thought this through, knowing that this wasn't a project that was already set up to be funded, although we were looking at opportunities to fund it in the future. Is there something more urgent?
Not in terms of something we've identified through recreation parks and cultural resources. Now, if there's other things that have been discussed tonight that are of more urgency, then certainly we would understand that. But as we looked at our projects and then tying them to ARPA and impact, then that was just one of the ones we identified through our department. But our other ones, assuming these others stay in with Baldwin Park renovations, our maintenance and repair, and some of those other ones outlined before you, those are equal importance, if not greater importance than that particular one.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. Right? Some of these other ones, to me, seem like something that need to happen a lot quicker. I haven't been out there to see the horseshoe plates, board, whatever it is. Pits. It does say pits in the thing. So that's kind of my question, right? As we're talking about where we're putting, our dollars, and also, with the point that Councilman Slade brought up about, these are precious monies. I'm more inclined with holding off on the horseshoe pit funding to maybe find some other funding in some future, maybe apply for some grants that would allow for that, and using that money to increase connectivity or maybe sidewalks into Anderson Park, finding a way. And I think, Mr. Manager, we talked a little bit about this, finding additional ways of people connecting into town. And but that's just my personal opinion. Again, don't play the game, so take it with whatever that value that has.
Thanks, Eleazar. I have Danny next, and then Barbara, and then Susan.
Thank you, Charles. Well, I'll just cut straight to it. I think what we are, it's just that $114,000 seems like a lot, even for a very good expense. My understanding is that's likely due to the grading. Is that right?
It is. Well, there are a couple of things at play. We would need to do a site plan, identify utilities and things, so we don't run into a bigger issue as we're doing construction, but primarily grading of the area and then reconstruction of the 8 courts, so 16 pits associated with it. But yeah, the grading is a large portion of that.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess just for my colleagues to understand where I'm thinking is I am supportive of this. I had more than I was early, as we were considering other potential recreation and parks things, basketball, splash pad, things that we were favorable toward. And those did not seem like good expenses. This does seem steeper than I would expect for a horseshoe pit, but I think the spirit of this ARPA fund, repairing services that exist and are relied on by residents, is very much within that. Can you give us some understanding of, has there been a gap in service of the horseshoe pits due to the past couple of years?
We have what's called conditional sanctioning, which is basically we're being done a favor to continue to sanction with our state association and national association. I think, we mentioned maybe last time when I spoke before council that these pits were built in the early 80s. So we've done some upgrades, and we're thankful to Public Works, for doing what they can. But ultimately, long term, they just need a total overhaul if we're going to continue to offer this particular activity.
Yeah, I may be going fishing. I guess what I'm trying to decide is, or trying to understand is, would this number maybe be lower? Would there be less service? Like, is this partly due to a deficit of possible service that we would have done throughout the past couple of years and have been unable to? Does it, sort of satisfy that ARPA? Or was this not so much that we were going to have this major scale repair? This is the best opportunity. It's going to take the burden out of other places.
More so the latter.
Thank you.
Next, I have Barbara and then Susan.
Hey, Mr. Harrington. And so my comment is about the horseshoe pit too, which I'm 100% in support of. This has been identified by the Parks and Rec department and the leadership, and because we don't see much in it, I mean, there's value for other members of the community, and so I do support moving ahead with using this money for the horseshoe pit as recommended by your department.
Thanks, Barbara. Susan?
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned with the tournaments, people are coming here to Carrboro to play. Do you have a really rough estimate how many people? I'm just trying to get a feel for.
And it can vary. We've had anywhere from 30 to 50 per tournament. We do those at least 4 times per year. On occasion, we've done 5. And then there's also other uses unrelated to specific programming through the Recreation and Parks Department. Rental groups often that use the park, such as UNC Grounds, for instance, I think 2 to 3 times per year, utilize the pits, during their functions, as well as the other amenities in the park. But so yeah, there's our use from the programming, and then there's also the community use from rentals.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Sammy?
Yeah, I wanted to just comment on the last time we had a conversation, we had some items that we wanted to be more engaged with, and we weren't necessarily fixed on committing to the ways it's described in terms of allocation of those funds for those purposes. And specifically, I'm thinking of the public safety. We wanted more input from the Community Safety Task Force. We felt like we need more time, specifically in regard to the mental health crisis counselor, and I'm very glad that staff has allocated some money there for the Community Task Force to use. But my understanding is the pilot program is something that, Mr. Manager, that might be funded through some other means. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a grant the county's pursuing.
And so if we approve this tonight, I want it understood that if those other monies come through, this is money that the task force could also consider potentially on how to use, or for that matter, the council for any other purpose. But I just wanted to remind us that we had that intention for public safety, having a little more input from our Community Safety Task Force. And as we approve this tonight, because it says very specifically that the following amounts are appropriated for the projects and authorized for government service expenditure. So that would give the green light for use of these, but I don't know if we need to include some caveat, such as town council will continue to be engaged on specific items, specifically public safety and bike improvements.
Okay.
Example, as another section 4, or
some kind of just stipulation, Mr. Manager, that there are categories here, and we discussed this last time, as Sammy said, that where there may be more or less interest by the council in having some information, at least getting more information about, and certainly perhaps having input on how the money ends up being spent.
so is that language we would, maybe Mr. Attorney, if you could, if we're going to approve this tonight, it would be something we'd want to include as language in this resolution.
Maybe scribble something up there in the next few minutes for us to think about adding to the resolution. I'll take a look at it again too. Charles, thank you again.
I will sit in the front row.
I think, Mr. Manager, kind of getting back to Sammy's point, that we did have that conversation in the last meeting about you kind of asked us actually, like, are there some of these items or some of these categories where you think you might want more involvement along the way or less involvement along the way? And I think this is getting to that point, but specifically about some of the things around community safety and others. So, and it kind of relates to a question that Barbara asked early on, which is to what extent we'll be getting some kind of progress reports or indicators along the way as as this money is spent. Some of it we'll have to approve along the way, right? We'll have to like sign things to make it official.
Well, for example, if we get this grant from the county, that would have to come to the council for approval because we hadn't done that. So you definitely see that if it comes through.
Right. And then and for example, if there's going to be an advisory recommendation process for these human services funds, ultimately the council will have to make a decision to actually allocate those dollars.
If that's the route council wants to go, yes. You want to add that step in there? Yes.
That's the usual
Isn't
stuff.
That's how we've done the human services process.
Okay.
Sounds like it's covered.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Sammy. Okay, I want to make sure that, it sounds like we're close here. So other than specifically the 170,000 unassigned balance plus the 30,000 from the bike fix-it line item going into some to be determined investment in the bike plan implementation, sounds like the other stuff is people are good with, generally speaking. We've heard some comments, right? Or willing to vote, move forward. the ordinance that's before us. Are we good there?
Just so, can I just confirm, so is this suggesting that the $170,000 balance is all going toward the implementation of parts of the bike plan?
Well, I think with the caveat that it may be, I think to the extent that it can be, right? It may be that, I would very much hope that it can be. I will say that, and I think you've heard some comments there that it seems like we have projects. I know that, various projects in the bike plan are in various stages of development or implementation. So we know that. Is there some extent to which this additional funding can help move that along or accelerate or whatever? But I think that probably requires some more research by the manager and Trish to figure out how much of it actually will make sense to spend.
Could you maybe just designate it for transportation with an emphasis on the bike plan? That would give us a little flexibility to try to figure out.
Say bicycle and pedestrian improvements?
Yes, that works as well. Yes, just a little more flexibility.
With a focus on implementation of the bike plan?
And safe routes to school plan.
And safe routes to school, that's a great addition too, yeah.
And the amount that can be used for it. Out of
To the extent that amount can be used, that's right.
And is that considered almost because of the bike plan, and it's coming from language in the bike plan, a revenue replacement? In a matter of speaking?
We've already adopted the plan, right?
That's why I'm asking
exactly.
for
That's
that.
a great point, yeah.
Because we really need to clarify that it really is also revenue replacement. Thank you.
And I'm all for everything, but again, we could make that 250,000 if we didn't do the paving of Fitch and Butler.
That Butler parking lot.
We can make it 300 if we don't do the pit.
Hey, leave the pits in.
I'm just saying.
I'm not hearing a consensus on pulling those out at this point, so we'll just try to move forward here. We can especially move this forward if there's a motion by a council member to do so.
Move.
By Eleazar, and then seconded by Susan, that we adopt the project ordinance with the clarification that we would like to allocate the $170,000 in unassigned balance and the $30,000 of the bike fix-it line item to pedestrian and bicycle improvements with a focus on implementation of the bike plan, to the extent that it's possible to use these funds for that purpose. Did I capture that? Okay.
Yeah.
No further discussion, I hope. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. The matter passes unanimously. Did we approve everything we need to approve there, Richard? Well, I just want to echo the thanks that council members shared for staff on this work. We have, audience at home can't see this, of course, but I think almost all of our department heads in the room here again this evening, which is a rare treat for us. I really appreciate your time and your availability, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening for those of you who get to go home now. Some of you don't. But thank you for the hard work, and hope that this money will go to good purpose. All right. Mr. Manager, we're moving on, I believe, to our work session.
You have the environmental.
No, we're not. I'm
advisory
sorry.
board, yes.
It was hopeful thinking.
Advisory board.
We have, next item is advisory board appointments, and this is going to include the item that we pulled from the consent agenda.
Economic sustainability.
which was on appointments to the Economic Sustainability Commission. Do we need a couple minutes, y'all, or why don't we take a couple minutes? Let's take a break for 2 minutes or so.
2 minutes, 5.
5 minutes, all right. We'll go on recess just briefly.
Revenue replacement.
He'll be on time. Yeah, but that's a good point. Amy, thank you for raising the question about We're back.
You got yours.
Stay tuned. Yeah, we'll just have to make note.
Right, Mr. Manager, we're still under other matters now up to appointments to advisory boards. We have on our agenda appointments to the Environmental Advisory Board, and then we pulled from the consent agenda appointments to the Economic Sustainability Commission. I know that the clerk has distributed ballots for the Environmental Advisory Board, but we should probably have some conversation
Before we fill them out?
before we get going too far here. So I think some of the questions arising are around, people have an opportunity to designate more than one advisory board as a potential interest. And so we have several applicants who have indicated that they're interested in more than one thing. Some of these folks on the Environmental Advisory Board list have also expressed interest in the past on being appointed to the Climate Action Team, which is not on our agenda tonight, but that is kind of something we need to figure out here. And then we also have some applicants to the Economic Sustainability Commission who, as I think Randy pointed out by email, had not yet had a chance to attend one of the meetings of the advisory board, but that one is so desperately low on members, it really needs appointed members to meet in order to have a quorum.
Well, additionally, the timing for the Economic Sustainability Commission to meet is important because there's also a revolving loan fund that is in front of that board that they have not been able to advance.
So, I have to confess that because of all the names and indicated interest of the applicants, I hope I'm not the only one, have been feeling a little confused about which names go where and which people to put my votes in for and all that. So I guess one thing I want to clarify, Wesley, is for the Climate Action Team, there are 2 vacancies, is that right?
Right.
Okay, but that team is meeting and they have quorum and they're doing all their work. The Environmental Advisory Board has many vacancies.
Yes.
And has not been able to meet because of lack of quorum.
Right.
So we need to make lots of appointments to that one. Economic Sustainability, as Randy said, has several vacancies and has been unable to meet. So I guess one question I have, y'all, is let's deal with the consent item first, which was Economic Sustainability Commission. I think the issue there is we have a couple people that we could appoint right now because they attended the meetings, they've been recommended, or they've been described to us by the chair. They've been through the whole process. But as Randy had pointed out by email, there are a few other applicants who they just haven't been through that whole process of attending a meeting and so on. But since there is this sort of desperate need to get people onto that board, is it possible for us in our process to go ahead and just appoint them without requiring them? In other words, do we know that those people are still interested? They just haven't yet attended a commission meeting.
They are interested. Yes.
Okay. So it's a policy. Our policy says we want them to attend a meeting or meet with the chair. Presumably we can just override that in making a decision to make the appointments. And I guess that's really up to the pleasure of the council.
So, Randy,
I'd like to make that motion that in addition to the applicants on file, which is Courtney McWilliams and Sheila Dalton, that we also appoint Nadja Taylor, Kenyatta Clark, and Scott Powell.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we appoint the 5 people that Randy just named.
Who second was it?
Eleazar.
All right, Eleazar seconded. Randy moved. Eleazar seconded that we appoint the 5 people Randy named, including the 3 who were not otherwise finished with the process, to ESC. Any further discussion on that matter? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously.
Thank you, colleague.
Thank you.
I know we have at least one advisory board member now appointed who's sitting in the room here. So Scott, thanks for being here. For sitting.
You showed up in so many places.
Right. Okay, so let's come back to the Environmental Advisory Board, which is on. Sorry, go ahead, Eleazar.
Just before we close this out, I just want to make sure that we continue, this motion to override this, it was for this particular vote, not for the entire thing. It will continuously move forward.
As an exception to the rule.
Perfect.
President times.
Thank you for that. That was just wanted to clarify from my understanding.
Thanks for asking that. Okay, Environmental Advisory Board. We have 1, 2, 3. Well, we can mark Scott Powell off of this list, everybody,
Scott Powell.
who we just appointed to the ESC. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on this list. And how many vacancies, Mr. Clerk?
We have, there's 4 vacancies and 1 that is up for reappointment.
Namdi Brandon is already on there and is up for reappointment, and there are otherwise 4 vacancies for the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates.
Yes, and Namdi Brandon has indicated that they want to be reappointed if the council approves.
Okay, so the issue that came up, I think, on some emails this week was that several of these people had also previously been interested in the climate action team. But we don't have those appointments before us tonight, although there are 2 vacancies. And so I guess there's, how do people want to approach that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought, Wesley, you sent out a matrix that said they would accept either. Wasn't that the last matrix you sent out that there was accept either one? There was 3 or 4 of those.
And the reason behind that was earlier this summer, we realized that the EAB had such a issue with quorum, and we reached out to those members too to see if they would be interested in. Most of them confirmed they would be happy with either or.
One.
Yep.
Okay. Comments, Susan?
This gets a little complicated, but we had a very diverse group of candidates for EAB. And as I recall, CAT, we've lost Diane Robertson. So there's 2 vacant seats, and that is not particularly diverse advisory board. So I didn't know if that should be factoring into some of our decisions for EAB in terms of those folks who are happy to be on EAB or CAT.
Right.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, I love that.
I will add, there is one additional applicant for climate action that is not interested in EAB, but it would not add to the diversity of the climate action.
And that person is clearly not on this ballot because they're not interested in EAB.
Yep.
So, Danny, go ahead.
Well, so I guess it does seem reasonable to weigh this lightly. I don't think primarily, but my impulse personally is to move forward with my favorite choices for EAB who are not, I mean, I know it sounds like it's pretty wide crossover, but if we look at the matrix that Wesley's provided, not every single one of these folks is on both lists. And so I guess I mean, at the risk of sort of leaving applicants hanging, on a contingency that they're not responsible for, I think we just move ahead with the EAB, with keeping in mind that a couple folks who don't make it very likely will next week.
Okay, so we have 4 vacancies, so we need to cast 4 votes. Actually, we need to cast 5 votes, remembering that one of these candidates is a current member wishing to be reappointed and is eligible. So you need to cast 5 votes. Assuming everyone agrees we'll go forward. Okay.
His were more than yours.
Oh, that's right.
Same agenda, right?
No, no, you're right.
A couple.
I know.
I have no idea. I like it though. I like it.
It's a mess. Isn't it?
We have a tie.
Oh.
Well, do we have any clear,
We have some clear, yes. Namdi Brandon,
hold on one second.
Oh, wait.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Namdi Brandon, Hassan Abdullah, Sarah Zalaski, and then we have a three-way tie for the.
Oh, boy.
Can I ask council members for a motion to appoint Namdi Brandon, Hassan Abdullah, and
moved.
Sarah Zalaski? So it's moved by Barbara, seconded by Randy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. So we have two remaining candidates. Oh, two remaining vacancies to fill, right?
Yes, and the three would be Jessica Push, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Greg Randolph, and Karen Stein.
We're looking to appoint one.
And they each received how many votes?
Each received 4 each.
Oh, okay, so they each got a majority vote.
Question, did you say that Greg Randolph submitted multiple applications? I raise this point because one of the problems with multiple applications is someone can put their priority be the one that they're applying for, so it comes across as like being their top priority. So I just want to put that out there for folks to factor in.
I can check that real quick.
You're saying, Sammy, that he submitted for EAB a couple of times, like more than once.
If I understood the clerk
He
correctly.
really wants it.
Well, EAB and other.
And other.
And
Oh,
so he
okay.
put his preference to be whatever it was that he was applying for, if I understood.
I do have a tracking sheet here of application. Mr. Randolph, his main preference was climate action, with Environmental Advisory Board as second. Let me see what the other. Jessica, same thing, climate action is first preference. And Karen Stein's first preference is Environmental Advisory Board.
And actually, Sarah Zelensky, who we already approved, first preference was climate action too, but because she didn't get appointed last time, she resubmitted with EAB being the sole one, so that's something we hadn't, or maybe others did consider or not.
Okay. Well, normally we would reballot, I think, in this situation, but unless some council member just wants to like flip their vote to somebody else, or we can reballot and just do it again with those three candidates.
But let me just be, can we just be clear on what Sammy just asked, though? So of the three, who was it who wanted to be on EAB as a priority?
Karen Stein. And the other two said either one.
I think that's, I don't know, if that's a priority, that would be good, a better match.
You want to make a motion?
I'll move Karen Stein to be
I'll
appointed.
second that.
Any further conversation about the motion? The motion is by Randy and seconded by Sammy to appoint Karen Stein to EAB. So let's dispense with that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The matter passes unanimously. Okay, so now we have one vacancy and we have two candidates.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, Barbara.
Yeah, so I would like to push up Jessica, how you pronounce her last name?
Bush, I think.
As an environmentalist, and I liked what I read in her application and some of the work that she's doing over at the IFC, and some of that organizing and social justice work. So I think she would be.
Second that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion about these candidates? It's been moved by Barbara, seconded by Sammy, that we appoint Jess Push to the EAB. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, well, that was easy. So we'll see some of these candidates again in future appointment cycles. Yeah. Wesley, thank you for, I know that you are juggling a lot of advisory board vacancies right now, so.
Thank you for, make it a little bit easier
I know, and so we'll continue to see some of these appointments come forward as we work through that list of vacancies. So thank you for that. Okay, I think now we are on to our work session, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a work session on Carrboro cemeteries. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide an update to the town council on the status of the town's two cemeteries, Westwood and the Old Carrboro Cemetery, and to seek input on the long-term operation and use of the two town cemeteries. And Ben Schmadeke, our capital projects manager, is here to walk us through the work session. And before he gets started, I'd like to congratulate Ben. His family just grew by one this past Friday. I'm surprised to see him tonight. But he's a new father. Baby June arrived on Friday.
Thank you.
And that's great news. Thanks for being here tonight, despite the achievement.
My pleasure.
So as we've discussed, y'all, we know that this is another council work session. Generally, the point here is for us to have an opportunity to hear from staff, some information on a topic, take a little bit of a deep dive. And I just wanted to offer as a recommendation for us. You'll remember that in the agenda summary for this item today, staff has really asked us to focus on, I think, 3 general questions that they'd like some feedback on. And I think to the extent that we can, after Ben presents his information to us, the extent to which we can really hone in on those 3 questions primarily, not to the exclusion of other topics, but really focus on those areas, because that's where staff will know how to move forward.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I do want to acknowledge that Rec and Parks and Cultural Resources and Planning provided information for this work session, and so they'll be here as well to answer questions. So these are the topics that we have for you to consider, to kind of focus on: meeting the burial demand, the future use of Westwood property, the Zone 4, and cemetery improvements. So the town has 2 cemeteries: the Old Carrboro Cemetery off of the Libicott Bikeway, kind of behind where the new art center's going. It's established in 1910, 170 unobstructed plots, sold out in January. Green burials were allowed since 2018. Westwood Cemetery, established in 1948. No green burials are permitted. A little over 2,000 unobstructed plots, and about down to the last 100 in the zones 1, 2, and 3, which are plotted. And zone 4 is about 6 acres, which has not been plotted. And so there has been, this is the demand for plots over the last 30 years. And so we have seen an increase in the past 4 or 5 years with plot sales. So the blue line there are residents purchasing plots, and orange is non-residents. And so we are forecasting to sell out in the next year or 2. And this is sales by cemetery. So yellow is the Westwood Cemetery, and blue is Old Carrboro Cemetery. And that note down there, about 20% of all plots sold are unoccupied. They're unused at this moment. And so we took a look at kind of the regional cemetery availability and fee structures. So Carrboro is up at the top. We charge $750 for residents and $1,500 for non-residents. Chapel Hill, they sold out in 2017, and then subsequently in 2018 put up columbariums, which are places like marble walls where cremains can be deposited. And Hillsborough sold out. And then private cemeteries down there at the bottom. Again, this is kind of a regional look. I think the takeaway here is that municipal cemeteries are more affordable, but becoming a little bit more scarce. And so this is looking more local. Just a handful that we could find information on. So the Judea Reform congregation right outside of town, member and non-member pricing there. Have Westwood Cemetery. The Chapel Hill Memorial Cemetery is number 3, and that's for cremains only. And number 4 is a private cemetery, Chapel Hill Memorial Gardens. And so this is the history of Carrboro's price increases. So the last one was in 2006. And then some information on burial trends. So natural burials or green burials. The town has experienced a big demand for green burials. About half of the plots sold at the Old Carrboro Cemetery since 2018 were for green burials. And just in general becoming an increasing trend. And then cremations, I think in like 2015, more people are being cremated than traditional burials, and that's just projected to increase. And so I have a pause here for questions before we get into the cemetery improvements and then future considerations. So.
You, Ben. So you're looking for questions here about the information
about our cemeteries, you're right.
Any questions before Ben proceeds?
Ben, in the agenda abstract, you say 100 to 2 to 3 years it will run out, but that's average, right? If we look at the last year, we would run out in 1 year.
Yeah, we averaged the last 3 years, and I think those numbers took us to 2024.
Right, but if we went by last year's numbers, we would run out next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Susan.
Congratulations, Ben.
Thanks.
Just a few questions. First is, there was no mention of Pittsboro in the listings or anything in Chatham County, and I'm curious if that's because there's not a municipal cemetery in Pittsboro?
I don't believe Pittsboro has a municipal cemetery. And then no private cemeteries came up in our search. And some, I think, church cemeteries aren't publicly advertised, so those were the ones that we could kind of easily find without doing a really deep dive.
So when the slide mentioned the private cemeteries, I noticed Judea Reform. Were the other ones affiliated with a church?
No, those were just those were not church affiliated.
So did you look at any of the churches in the area to see if they have cemeteries?
Yeah, we looked at churches in Carrboro, which were very limited, and then most other churches just didn't come up in our searches. I think you have to be more connected with the church. So just, like I said, looking at who is publicly advertising or where we could find information. Those are what we have found.
Okay. And just one more question, and this is just kind of a question about semantics. In the slide, when it talked about the green burials and the increase in the cremations, do you think of cremations, is that a type of a green burial? In other words, is green burial the big category and there's different types?
You know,
underneath?
cremation is not considered a green burial.
It's not
So,
considered green. Okay.
I think in the information packet, it's a pretty clearly defined
I'm good
burial
on that. I
method.
saw that. I just didn't know if cremations fell under that category. Okay. I'm real good. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. All right, I think we're good with questions for now.
Okay.
So you want to proceed?
Sure. So, kind of as part of this work session, we have some improvements for your consideration. I kind of go above and beyond routine maintenance. And so just an example here is the fence at Old Carrboro Cemetery. As you can see, it's not in good condition, but a full replacement of that fence is a considerable expense. Westwood Cemetery, the Bradford pear trees that go around the south and west perimeter, you know, they're kind of at the end of their life and considered invasive species. So. And then just some other things to consider, amenities. The picture on the left is Westwood. You know, there's no benches, just the single planter and a street light there. So just included some examples of some benches or some hardscaping that could be done at either cemetery. And then drainage improvements at Westwood. The image you see is kind of like the natural flow of water. So there is a hill crest there at the top, and it does kind of drain to the right side there and down. And those are the plots that we're currently selling. So we've kind of identified that area right there at the cul-de-sac to maybe be a potential rain garden. And then here, this is just a zoning overview as you kind of consider future use of the Westwood property. So it's a residentially zoned district. Those categories on the right are what are permissible uses for that R10 district. And so if you consider developing that Zone 4 for further develop the Westwood Cemetery in Zone 4, you know, there are opportunities to kind of go beyond traditional just burial plots. The examples listed here are what was included in a concept plan that's in the packet. So walking paths, you know, green space, we're kind of along the lines of a passive recreation. And so this is what the concept plan looked like. This was kind of developed before we really started talking about Westwood Zone 4. So there's a key on the right which shows you what all of the grids are. So this includes conventional burial space, that's the A, 4, and 5. In-ground cremains, that's B. Those are 4x4 plots. Columbarium walls, reflection area, designated natural burial area with some walking trails and a memorial space. So these are your columbarium walls. This is an ossuary, which is an underground vault for cremains. And this is an example of a natural green burial space, so a walking path with green burials around it and no headstones. And so for the work session, we did include this information from the comprehensive plan. This is the 10-minute walk shed map of Carrboro. The red arrow points to Westwood Cemetery. And so this area has been identified by One Orange Equity, the One Orange Equity Lens, and the Carrboro Comprehensive Plan for further exploration of recreation opportunities. And so it is noteworthy that this is a sign posted at Westwood Cemetery, section of Chapter 13 of the Town Code, which restricts recreating in the cemetery. And so just going back to those three main points, how do we meet how do we meet current burial demand? Do we continue to provide burial services once all available plots are sold? Does the town explore alternative sites for a cemetery? What is the future use of Westwood property? Developing that Zone 4? And then should the town consider cemetery improvements? That's all.
Thank you, Ben. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. And so thank you for your presentation. And it's about the questions. So number one, for example, does the town explore alternative sites for a cemetery? And that's confusing to me because all of that is Westwood Cemetery, even Zone 4. So why would we explore an alternative site for the cemetery? So that's my first question. And then number three, you mentioned town code changes. So, like, if you could provide some type of example when you say town code changes or ordinance changes?
So the intent with that question is kind of utilizing our cemeteries more for passive recreation, which the town code is kind of particular on what can be and can't be done at the cemetery. So just an opportunity to reevaluate what we can do in our cemeteries.
Okay, so, and the alternative site for a cemetery?
So that just goes back to if the decision is made to not use that Zone 4 in Westwood, but we're still given the direction to continue offering these services, we would have to look at another site.
Okay, so let me just be clear. It's Westwood Cemetery, even the undeveloped portion, since 1948. If there is life, there's death. And I think we all know that. And so it just seems really weird to me to be talking about an alternative site when we have a site that has been purchased and purposed for this reason, for the cemetery. Now, I do understand the interest of the Fidelity and Davy Road neighbors as it relates to a pocket park, I think is what it is, or some type of recreation area or green space. And so when I think about these two things together, I think about the primary purpose first, which is a cemetery. When I think about a cemetery, I think about a quiet place for reflection, a place that is not busy, unless there's a graveside service, a burial, or oftentimes it's people coming back out to reflect at the sites where their loved ones are interred. And so when I think about that, I don't see a park and a cemetery being compatible. But what I do see, if the council decides that expansion is what we want to do, I see an opportunity for integration for some of the things that the neighbors may want. You mentioned things like benches and walking trails and other things like that. But I would be thinking more along the lines of recreational amenities that align with the current use. Because the use for a cemetery is not gonna leave. But I also don't want the neighbors to think that we don't hear what they're saying either. So I don't want us to flip uses, but certainly try to figure out some kind of happy medium here, which I think there's an opportunity to do that. Thanks.
Barbara. Next, I have Sammy.
So, appreciate the presentation and congratulations for having a baby. I didn't say that last time I spoke. It's exciting. I'm a little confused and a little concerned, Mr. Manager. Just 1 year ago, we had given direction unanimously to staff for a work session. So this is a work session, which is great, but there are specific questions. We wanted to look into cemetery spaces in other areas of town is one. Two, we wanted to consider a park that is still respectful to the existing cemetery. And three, we wanted to include grave pricing with a sliding scale. So we wanted information about those things. And I'm concerned just because it feels like Groundhog Day. Like these are things that we could already be advancing and have a more advanced conversation. And it feels like we're kind of taking a step back and revisiting or even questioning what the council had already given direction for. So, so my interest is for a follow-up work session where we actually address this direction the council's already given after we go through some of these other questions. But to get to these questions, the other way of thinking about that property, could you show us the image of this current cemetery with the various zones? Well, it's true that certain things are allowed on a cemetery. Would it not also be true that we could subdivide this property and rezone it, and so Zone 4 would not be a cemetery? It would be whatever we designate it to be for that area. So it's another way of thinking about how to do a park there if we decide to potentially find another space elsewhere. If we do have that other work session, which is what council direction has been, I would like to also, Susan, you had asked a question over email that I appreciated, that we check in with the county and even the town of Chapel Hill and think about how to identify another space somewhere else. It's kind of in the spirit of the conversation that we had during the meeting where we gave direction for these specific items. At that time, the rural buffer was mentioned, and one of the reasons it was brought up as an opportunity was the rural buffer, being a rural area, is amenable to this kind of use, which is distinctly different from our downtown higher density use. I don't want to discredit the need for cemeteries, because there are certainly people who would like to have walkability to a cemetery. I just want to point that out, that there is this pressure for higher mixed use in our downtown. And parks also could be thought of as not high density mixed use, but they are certainly an amenity that we must have if we're going to have a mental health that's appropriate. So those are kind of the pressures I feel, and the kind of the things that this council needs to wrestle with, and hopefully with further information from the direction that we've already given, be able to make a better informed decision on how we want to proceed. But I do want to underscore, we could augment what direction we've already given by, when we say look into cemetery spaces in other areas of town, be thinking of that conversation with the county in the rural buffer, or for that matter, outside the county in other areas, or even Chapel Hill, so that we can more comprehensively think about how to address the various needs. The other issue that you point out is this running out of space within a year, potentially 2 years. And, you know, I've expressed interest in having some kind of pause in terms of leasing or selling. These are sales, right? Selling of spaces. And Bob suggested that we do a pause too. He sent us an email that was helpful in us perhaps thinking along those lines. One way to think about it might be to prioritize people who need to bury people, like immediate need, versus like people who are buying for future use. That might be one way to kind of slow down on the brakes and buy us a little more time. Just want to put that suggestion out there too for us to perhaps consider.
Thank you, Sammy. Well, question, Ben, kind of a history question, I guess. You may not know the answer. I'm curious, and I don't know why I haven't thought to ask this before, or maybe it's been answered before, but why has Zone 4 never been plotted?
Right. So I'm not sure the history of the original plot map that we have. It is quite old. So I imagine there was a natural like split in the parcel. Zone 4 has some exposed rock, and so maybe the decision was made to worry about that later. But again, I'm not sure the history of the cemetery
That goes back
purchase.
quite a ways, like that's decades ago, I assume.
I do remember that being mentioned at an early presentation when the design was being made, the surface, the bedrock that's really close to the surface, and obviously for burial purposes, that's a really hard thing.
Right.
Came up in the discussion of the Google cut.
All right. Thank you. Eleazar and then Susan.
Before I go, Ms. Manager, I saw that you wanted to respond earlier. Did I just misread that?
Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Just a clarifying question. So we knew we had the prior direction from council, but what wasn't clear to me is whether or not the council was deciding to continue to provide burial services, because before do you need all of that information prior to make a decision about whether or not we provide the service, or is that a presumption that we are going to provide it, just do it someplace else? That wasn't clear to staff about what all that meant, and we were trying to get clarity.
Kind of a chicken and the egg problem.
Yes, exactly.
So I think we chose to do the egg, and then we do the chicken later.
Okay.
Much clearer, Sammy.
I mean, we gave specific direction.
So I have Eleazar, and then Susan, and then Randy.
Okay, so that actually goes to my question. At the moment, does the town, whenever this space runs out, does the town already have a plan to buy new lots and continue in the business of burying people, or has the town, or have we decided once this lot is over, that's it? Then we do what I believe Chapel Hill did and said the town is now out of this business.
That's the intent of tonight's conversation.
So okay, because I'm conflicted here, right? So I don't know that I want Carrboro to continue to be in the burial business after we're done with this plot. But at the same time, I see the affordability of the town being the one who does it. So I'm still very conflicted on that question. But I'm looking at, for one, should for whatever reason the town, or we decide not to zone plot 4 for cemetery purposes, which haven't made up my mind completely on where I'm going to stand on that one. I definitely think that if we don't use zone 4 for cemetery purposes, then we use it for something much more needed for town, right? Thinking of this as town property, that if we don't use it for cemeteries, I would want to see it used for affordable housing, used for
Our zoning slide here.
yeah, and then this is my question, right? So when if we decide to not use lot 4, then have the conversation of what's the best use for it, and I'm more inclined of changing our zoning regulations, whatever those may be, in order to allow for multi-family used housing, affordable housing, and I still need to figure out what that looks like when it comes to the zoning priorities, and that's maybe a question for later. But I guess we need to answer the question whether or not we want to use that spot, which I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking in circles, but for me, I believe that once we stop using this, or once we sell out of this lot, then we're done in the burial business. That would be my opinion. Regardless of what we do with this at this moment, I think that once we're done with this lot, we Carrboro remains out of it.
For you, for you, Eleazar, it's a question of, it's not a question of whether we continue. We stopped doing it, but the question is really, do we keep doing it at Westwood into Zone 4 or not?
Yeah, and that's where that's where I'm conflicted in, because I understand the need for burial spots. I also understand the ability of it. But I also see this request from folks around it that'd rather see a park, and I appreciate that. But if we as a council decide to not move forward with plotting Zone 4, I would rather see, affordable housing than a park there.
Next, I have Susan and then Randy.
Yeah, I just have a question for Eleazar in terms of when we say to get out of the cemetery business, does that include, are you thinking in terms of the traditional burial plots or even
Yeah.
cremations or green burials or?
Yeah, I'm thinking of just not
Caskets.
investing and going to find another lot that then the town would buy and then redo that and sell more plots and then have this conversation again down the road. I think that once we sell out of this plot, once we maybe add some additional, maybe what are the things called? The walls?
Columbariums.
Columbariums, or something to increase those non burial plots. I don't believe that we need to go out and find more land outside of what we already have and turn that into a cemetery. But that's just my opinion.
Two other quick things. In terms of, we have, it sounds like 100 burial plots left, and we could lose those. They could all be gone within the next year, maybe 2 years. So I agree with Sammy about putting a pause. And I would just add to that pause is something for us to consider is when we pause, the burials would just be for, I think Bob uses the term at need, but somebody who has actually died and they need a burial plot. And so one idea would be that those plots would only be for Carrboro residents during this pause period, or an Orange County resident that has a family member buried at Westwood. So that could be sort of the framework for a pause while we're figuring where do we go in the longer term. In terms of the longer term, I also am a little nervous about Carrboro looking for a site just for our own municipal cemetery. But I would be much more supportive if it were something that the county took the lead on, and there would be shared funding, partnership in terms of the funding. But I would be I feel reluctant about Carrboro having its own municipal cemetery because I feel like there's going to be a free rider effect. Hillsborough is sort of ended their burial plots. Chapel Hill has done so. And I'm concerned that everybody will be coming to Carrboro when it really should be a shared service.
So I thought that's why this slide was helpful. Just it does show the resident versus non-resident purchase history.
Right.
Thanks for those questions, Susan. I think those get at some of the key things we're kind of juggling here. Before I go next to Randy, I want to add another. Maybe this is a history question. It's more recent history though, Ben. So maybe this one's more accessible to us. When Chapel Hill, I guess you said in 2017, Chapel Hill sold out of traditional burial plots. They must have made some affirmative decision. We're not doing this anymore. And I'm just wondering if you know any of the history behind that decision. Like what? Why not? They just.
My understanding is they basically made no decision. They sold out of plots and then reacted to the demand by they didn't have unused land, so they reacted to the demand by putting up the columbarium walls.
It's not that they really made a decision. They just ran out of plots and then they just stopped.
They made the decision not to look for other parcels.
They decided to not decide. Yeah,
Yeah.
essentially. That's helpful. Thank you. Next up, I have Randy, then back to Barbara, and Danny, at some point, I'll come to you.
Yeah, first, Sammy, I appreciate the idea of having another work session, maybe to just focus on some of these key points and tease them out and separate some of the things that are being related together. So, for example, what is the need for a municipal cemetery? Conflating it with the zoning question of, what do we do with this land if we're not going to use it internment or some other kind of remains or columbarium. My question is a little different, and Susan made me think of this when she asked the question about, the town being in the business of having a cemetery, and then Eleazar speaking about the same question. So it made me start to wonder, why is it that Chapel Hill, Carrboro have municipal cemeteries, and even though Chapel Hills is complete, but let's say Pittsboro didn't. And the answer is, historically, people could bury family on their own land, and they bury their families in the plots that their churches have. But when you have municipalities, when people start to live in a more urban environment, and they may not be affiliated with, religious institutions that have land to bury, people need, and they can't afford, some of the private burial sites that are in Raleigh and some of the other places, and they may not be a veteran that would get them into some of the other cemeteries. They need a place. So the question is, I'd like to know, for Carrboro, what is the actual need? I think we have a need, and that's because I know of families who needed to be in Chapel Hill at Memorial on 15501, who need to be at Westwood or at the old cemetery in Carrboro. But given that there's only 100 plots, which could be gone within a year, not even, right? It makes sense for us to do the exploratory. But it also makes sense, to pause on Zone 4 until we have an idea of exactly, what is it that we're looking for? What is it? What needs are we looking to meet, and for whom? Who does it benefit for us to have cemetery land that is municipally owned? And unfortunately, I can't agree with the county, because the county's not going to do it. And not only isn't the county going to do it, but then it raises the question of, the size of the municipalities that would have to feed into it. But Carrboro, if it's for Carrboro resident, and we're looking at something that's affordable and that would reach the needs of families who, are local to us, that's worth a conversation, because 100 plots are not going to last that long, and our population is only growing, and there are people who have been here not only their whole lives, but people who are first moving here who intend to be here the rest of their lives and may want to have this service. So I don't think it's as simple as an up or down, immediate decision on whether or not we explore other parcels of property. I think it's something that we need to delve into a little bit and kind of get a feel for, who benefits when there is a municipal cemetery. And in Carrboro, who might have the interest. And from that, were we to explore additional space outside of town, then, we could look at the other potential kinds of interments or ossuaries or the cremain, the columbariums. But I think the first thing is to really grapple with this question of who is it that actually, in fact, needs a municipal cemetery, because we never really have talked about that. And with the question of Zone 4, I think pausing on that until we have a better grasp on what we're looking for and the multiple conversations that even have come through with the comprehensive plan on park space, that needs to be a separate conversation, but part of a continuing discussion.
Thank you, Randy. I had one other question to interject here before I move on to Barbara. In your presentation, you talked about, I think it was 20% of the sold plots are unused. Do you know, do I have that right?
Yeah, unoccupied. I wasn't sure the
Unused,
term.
unoccupied.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how long typically plots that are sold go unoccupied?
Yeah, they get sold a lot of times in groups. Families purchase plots and connected plots, and so it's not that long. Not like decades, but I think that Zone 1 might have. Historically, Zone 1 was kind of sold first, and so it's kind of gone in that direction, and so I think there's just a few in Zone 1 that are unoccupied.
Okay. So it's not that long, really.
Right.
Bad. All right, next I have Barbara, and then I'll go to Danny.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've appreciated everybody's comments. When somebody dies, it's a very tender time. It's a time when folks need help, and it's a time when people reach out. So, we've had this cemetery, Westwood is what I'm talking about, since 1948. And, I don't know what other councils have even talked about the cemetery, the status of the cemetery. I have no idea. Having buried, quite a few of my own family members, my take on this is just obviously really different from everybody else's. Going back to what Councilmember Haven O'Donnell said, and talking about a further conversation, we should not sit here and make a decision about the cemetery. This is a public discussion where we would engage the community. That it's not on us to do that, because the community is the ones that will come and say, hey, my mom has passed or my father has passed. I need a gravesite. So, a public discussion is warranted, because especially if we're considering not expanding into Zone 4 and doing, whatever it is that y'all want to do. I also don't know about this pause. Again, when somebody dies, it's a tender time. And to put constraints on how somebody lays their loved one to rest, I just think that's completely heartless. I just don't even know how we set ourselves up for that kind of conversation. I, I know why this is coming up, and it's fine. You know, it's absolutely fine, but I want everybody to be fine with whatever decision you make. I also wanted to ask Mr. Harrington to come up since the conversation about the park or a potential pocket park. Mr. White, if you don't mind, if I ask Mr. Harrington to come up and talk about how that process goes, you know, prior to it reaching the council, although I know that we have a say in that, but I would like to hear from him about that process, about identifying, you know, the racial equity assessment list and everything else that's attached to that. Because I think that's an important part of this. Thank you. I told you to sit up front.
Listen. So what we, obviously look at our guiding documents right now are going to be both the comp plan that we just adopted and also using the One Orange racial equity framework to help guide those decisions. So the other slide, I don't know, Ben, if you can, the walk shed. So the walk shed was part of this particular presentation only to provide that where our existing parks are located and therefore where the gaps are in our services. And granted, as you can see, there's the different colors there or different types of recreational amenities. So what we're kind of focused on in terms of the racial equity lens that we used is the purple, so actual town controlled, town owned parks. Were this space to be designated as some type of park, whatever that may mean, it could add to that walk shed, for the surrounding community. Now, I think in the resolution, it was, directed to look at more of a passive recreational facility. I think to Councilmember Fouchy's point about the sensitivity of the surrounding, cemetery. So even though the plan that was shared, I think was prior to the rendering, was done several years ago, that could provide, sort of a combination of existing or future cemetery burial plots, whether that's columbariums, whether it's traditional burials, but also, notice there was some open space there. There were some trails and some things that are more passive facilities. But in terms of how we arrive at some of that, if we were given direction to look at a particular park facility, then we'll go through, public input sessions and such to get feedback into what that specifically may look like in terms of passive versus active and what, the community wants to see. Does that answer?
Yeah, it does. I am just really concerned. I am concerned about this whole process, and I'm not gonna act like I'm not. And I think I just feel like, we're brushing off, the cemetery. It's been here that long for a reason. People use it. They use it. I mean, and I mean, as I said earlier, I also don't have a problem with doing some type of integration. Maybe all of it probably can't be used. How many acres is it? 6? Is it 6 acres? So all of it probably can't be used anyway, but pretty sure some of it can. And so just trying to find like some mid ground with this, to listen to the neighbors, but at the same time to address a service that we've been providing the community since 1948. I think that's pretty simple. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Next up is Danny, and then Susan.
Would you mind pulling up the 3 questions we're focused? I believe that I have them in the right order. But I just want to be succinct and get on the record and just give my colleagues a little bit of my thinking as we move forward. I want to make sure I'm referring to these properly. So going backwards here, I think perhaps the least contentious decision we have, I'm strongly in favor of these improvements, particularly to the fencing in the historic cemetery. And I think probably this gets even more important as we consider whatever happens with Zone 4. I think whether it's going to become a more robust cemetery, a park, some other kind of facility, the current facilities there are going to be thrown into pretty stark relief. And I think we can improve that experience for the families who are there. So I would really love to continue with improvements in both facilities. And then number one, I think we need this pause. And I do think I take, Barbara, your point very well. But, you know, there's pretty much everybody else offering this is going to have some kind of, you know, there are other stipulations, whether it's higher cost or religious affiliation or wait list. At other places, you know, my dad is in Oakwood, which is a wonderful place. It's not easy to get in there with the number of different considerations that, you know, depending on where you want to be in there. And it's, I mean, it is something that families navigate as one of the horrible things that exist. But unfortunately, I think it needs to exist for us for the same reason. And then I think to me, that's really the urgent thing. I think if we figure out a pause, I've been trying fruitlessly to figure out the rates of municipal debt relative to the rates of our municipal sales, to figure out the gap. Because, I mean, what's really driving my thinking here is that we're vastly approaching the end of our resources to provide this, or rapidly approaching the end of our resources, even if we go with Zone 4. I don't think that's going to buy us more than, you know, relative to the lifespan of this project. I don't think we're going to be talking about this 82 years hence the way we have, you know, now in a 25,000 person town. So I just really think the pause is the really important thing, but I would also really like to give staff the clarity that we should be proceeding with 3 and with budgeting 3, showing us the improvements, developing plans, and putting that in front of us to move on. And I think that number 2 is contingent on number 1 for me. And I'm supportive of continuing to future work session, future discussion, as long as 1 is met. I would be not in favor personally for procuring another site.
There's been several comments tonight about this idea of a so-called pause, although it sounds like at least some of the people who've raised that idea earlier tonight, sounded less like a pause and more like a restriction on who's able to access the service for the cemetery. And some people, and just in no particular order, Carrboro residents, or those with immediate need, or those who have a family in the cemetery already and therefore would need be placed there. So in terms of this question of a so-called pause, it seems like it's less of a pause and more of a reconsideration given limited plots left, at least in Zone 3, that we be a little more choosy about which Carrboro residents or community members are able to purchase those plots. I think this conflict, you know, Eleazar said earlier that he feels conflicted, and that's how a lot of my feeling is conflicted, right? There are these competing interests here that I sort of, and, you know, one Eleazar mentioned was, you know, not feeling particularly compelled to stay in the business in the long term, regardless of what happens with Zone 4, right? But at the same time, recognizing that one of the benefits of a municipal cemetery is it's more accessible, right? It's more affordable for more people. So I share Eleazar's conflict there. I am not particularly interested in putting a lot of effort into procuring another site if that's the way the council wants to go, just because, again, I don't feel a driving desire to remain in the business longer than necessary. But again, I still have that same conflict that Eleazar said about there is a benefit there for some community members, or for any community member who doesn't want to pay to go into the higher rate to go into a private cemetery. So Randy kind of extended that conversation a little bit when we're talking about a municipal cemetery service. Who are we meaning to benefit with that service? If we're going to continue to provide this service, do we want to be more thoughtful about who we're providing the service for? Do we want to be thinking about these are Carrboro cemeteries for Carrboro residents or for Carrboro and their families? Do we want to be more thoughtful about ensuring that if we do stay in the business of offering cemetery burial services, that it's going to be affordable compared to private cemeteries? So those are just some of the things that are on my mind about, even beyond the question of whether we ultimately decide to continue the extension into Zone 4 and plot it out, or we decide whether just to throw our hands up about cemeteries in general and give up. We still have some decisions to make about Zone 3. We have, as Danny said, decisions to make about cemetery improvements, which I also support. This may not be, this is more of a rambling, unhelpful, I get that, sort of me expressing my thoughts, but I think but it comes back to what Eleazar said, which is I'm feeling the same conflicted feeling about not feeling strongly about needing the town to stay in the business, but also recognizing that cemeteries are a legitimate municipal function, and they benefit members of the community in a particular way, especially because they are a more affordable option. If we're going to stay in the business, I would want to ensure that that is the benefit that remains. And if we don't want to stay in the business, if that's the council's direction, that's fine with me too, but let's just be clear about it. Sammy, and then we'll go on to, actually, I did have Susan next. We can.
Go ahead, I'll follow you.
Susan, I had you on the list next. Sorry, Sammy.
Yeah, I also feel conflicted and also feel like we will need another work session. In terms of all of the questions that have been asked, I wanted to just mention the pause again. And the pause could also have a waiting list. In other words, the pause would be for people who are at need with some of the, qualifications, if you will, that the mayor suggested. But others who want to be buried, they can still be added to a waiting list. And as soon as we have sort of our long-term vision, then we go back to that waiting list. I also wanted to ask about when folks say, I don't have interest in pursuing another, I'm sorry, not folks, when colleagues say they don't have interest in pursuing another site. I didn't know if that meant on our own, or is there interested in at least asking the county, the townships, would you all like to be part of a shared cemetery in the rural buffer or what have you? So I was hoping we could get a little clarification on that. And then the final thing I just wanted to ask is there's been, in terms of the cemetery improvements, it seems like we've talked about some smaller items and then this big plan. I think it's a $1.7 million plan that was a part of the study. I would be really happy to go forward with these small cemetery improvements now. It didn't seem, I think you mentioned a rain garden, Ben, and benches, and so I'm happy to move forward with those. And then this bigger question, the $1.7 million, proposal from the consultant, I think that's all meant for another day.
Thanks, Susan. And one of the things, everybody, that I'm trying to do here, if there is interest in an additional discussion, is trying to write down what are the things that we'd like to hear more from staff about. So this idea of if we looked for other sites, that's an interest. What would that look like? I've just been making a kind of a list to go through. Sammy, and then Eleazar.
Damon, hopefully that list includes those things that we've already requested for. And what's surprising to me is that this question of whether we're in the business or not is a new one. Like from my perspective, where we're in the business, and what I was considering was whether we were in the business with Zone 4, or could we offset that by finding space elsewhere that could be bigger and maybe even more natural and maybe even green burial, because it seems like that's where there's a lot of demand for that. And so I am interested in the town being in business. I'd prefer for the county and the other town to participate. I do value, integration of the stage of life that death is, and the connection that people who are alive have with those who pass on to other parts of our existence. And so for me, I'm still very much interested in exploring alternative spaces, whether we decided to go down that route or not. I find it will help us. It would be very informative in terms of the cost benefit of fixating on Zone 4 or recognizing a better place, maybe not as central, but maybe bigger and maybe greener. So that's my interest. I still am interested for that work session to get the response from staff on those original questions we had. even including sliding scale, at the time I thought it might help us with this pause question because it's imminent. It's about running out of space. But I don't have much hope that we will see this before the plots run out. So I don't know how, in terms of doing something before then. I don't know how relevant the sliding scale question will be, but it'll still be helpful in terms of whether if we do get another lot or even continue with zone 4, how will we make that more affordable in a way that recognizes people's abilities, different incomes. So those are the main things. But work sessions are for us to hash things out. I think that it's clear that there's some things that we may be in agreement on, perhaps not unanimously, but I think for a regular session, we should look into these alternatives. And what I've heard are the wait lists, whether there's immediate need, whether other family members are there, whether Carrboro Citizen, and combined with Carrboro Citizen, this is something that Bob suggested, is also within a certain radius of Westwood. So that could include some parts of Chapel Hill, for example. So I'd be interested in a regular session for us to have public input and address these questions sooner than later, given the imminent nature of potentially running out very soon. Along in that agenda item or alongside it, improvements, I'm interested in that. It said to replace the Bradford pears. When I read that, I thought like replace it with Bradford pears, but it sounds like it's recognized that that's not, it's not good to continue with an invasive species. And I would encourage us to think about using fruit trees. Regular edible pears are just as beautiful and tasty, unlike Bradford pears. And then, so I don't, maybe that's a motion for us to have a regular session that includes those things that we seem to be on the same page on. And then along with Damon, if he could include, I don't know, it's not necessary to include because it's already a motion, those things I've but underscore those other requests of staff for that work too.
Okay, so let me try to, and I know I have folks on the list, and so Eleazar will be next, and then Barbara. Just try to summarize some of what I'm hearing. There's somewhat of a split, I feel, that I'm hearing about whether in the longer term the town continues to be operating its cemeteries. But it seems like there's enough interest in that municipal function for us to be exploring what the alternatives look like, right? Whether that's at Westwood or or procuring another property somewhere else around nearby. In the area in Orange County, this part of Orange County. It sounds like there's several council members interested in some kind of way to manage the demand for the existing, manage the supply for our existing, manage the demand for our existing, whatever, to deal with the fact that a lot of people want our remaining slots, and to somehow prioritize the availability of those plots for folks who are, Carrboro residents or family of people buried there or have immediate need, et cetera, et cetera. And then it sounds like I've heard mostly positive comments about cemetery improvements, regardless of what other issues come. And some of those things can come back in a regular business meeting, right? Some of those things like cemetery improvements or whatever it is, however staff needs to bring that back to us. I think in a future work session, we need to deal with the questions Sammy raised in the previous motion, in the previous direction, and then potentially explore these other questions around, well, was one here that was asked very clearly a minute ago, are the other jurisdictions even interested in being involved in the joint cemetery? Don't know, just that would be a question to ask, right? So I think those are the things that are on my list. And Sammy, I don't want to be avoiding what you're trying to ask me, which is to make a motion. I don't think we want to get to a motion point here, but I think we want to offer staff feedback about where we seem to be drawing to some consensus and other places where we may need some more discussion.
Yeah, my worry is that even with motions, things seem to fall through the cracks, and motions are very clear and there's accountability with them. That's why I would want to do a motion.
Let's hold on to that thought, and I'll move to Eleazar and then Barbara.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking through the deaths of 3 close relatives in just the last couple of years, in a very sudden, fashion, where, uh, and thinking through how much pain we all went through in figuring out where we're going to put our family, fully knowing that a tradition in my family is to have all the members of my family back in our land. Not as the land that we own, but in the land where my family has been for decades and generations, before it was Texas, before it was Mexico, then when it was our land. So thinking through that, I'm not in favor of putting a pause or restrictions on the cemetery. We're to Councilwoman Fushi's, this is a time that, had we put some of those restrictions that we're thinking about, we would not be able to bury my aunt and her father close to each other. And that would have been devastating for my grandmother. I do not want to be part of the decision that made someone make that decision whether or not to bury them, and be unable to bury their families together, knowing how important that is to mine. Also, along those lines, I am not in favor of looking for additional land if we don't use Zone 4. If we decide to stay in, providing this as a municipal benefit, then the cemetery has been there. Let's use the rest of it, rather than now go searching for additional land to use instead of the land that already been appropriated for that. So if we decide to not move into Zone 4, I'm not okay with, or I would not be in favor of going out to looking for additional land to place the folks that would be in Zone 4, if that makes any sense. Also had a question, like, how long would it take to develop Zone 4? Do we have an idea on that? And did I miss it in the packet?
I'm not sure if it was included in the packet. But
Like if the council were to direct you tonight, no, we're not going to do this, but
Not gonna do it.
imagine that the council directed you to proceed fully with the conceptual plan that the consultants provided. How long would it take to build that out?
so that's could be considered like a 30% plan. So it would take a few months to, I would say, get that to 100%, maybe a little bit longer for procurement. And then I would imagine a year or 2 for construction.
So we're looking at, if we don't make a decision soon, we're looking at the plots ending within a year or 2. And the longer it takes for us to make a decision, the longer it'd be for folks to continue to be put to rest in that area. And the reason I ask is because of this pause, right? So like I completely against it, but I also kind of want to understand fully the urgency of having to make this decision. And I do agree that we need to have another work session, but I'd rather have that work session sooner rather than later, knowing how much of a time constraint we're on this. And as far as improvements, I'm fully on board with getting those done. If at all possible, we'll bring this to a decision at the next council meeting that I think would be good. But I still remain conflicted on, I guess, a little less now on whether or not the town needs to be providing that service if we don't move into Zone 4.
Lazar, to come back to this word pause that we keep using, let me want to begin a little bit more on kind of what you're thinking here.
Yeah.
Because to me, I'm thinking of it less as a pause and more of a prioritization. In other words, you've already got family members in the cemetery. If you live in or around Carrboro, in Carrboro, whatever the rule might be, or there's an immediate need, that kind of thing. There could be some rules built around that if we were to proceed with some kind of prioritization scheme. Rather than a pause to me says we're not going to sell any more plots.
Yeah.
And I totally get you on that. It's a weird thing to just stop selling plots when we have people who need them. So is that resonating with you at all? Or?
Yeah, and I get the restrictions or what seems to be where council is moving into when it looks at those restrictions. But I'm thinking of, and I guess I'm very concerned about what those restrictions would look like. Because yes, my grandfather and his daughter had a direct family line. We see that. But my aunt that also passed away several months later had a marriage connection through the cousin of my aunt.
What do we mean by?
What do we mean by family? Fully knowing that in my case, the Posadas, Laras, Garcias, and Rodriguez are all family in the valley. Of course, not every Garcia, not every, but those are folks in my family members who are in this unit. So I would be very concerned about what those restrictions look like. And until we have what that looks like, and we're making sure that we're honoring those family ties of different cultures, of different communities that might follow those traditions, I would not be in support of it. But I know I'm one vote. My vote doesn't make a majority.
Thanks, Alisar. Okay, next I have Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want us to make a good decision for the entire community. Whatever we decide to do, and as always, it's the majority. Whatever the majority decides. I've really been trying to humanize this because it is such a sensitive issue to be talking about whether or not to continue to provide cemetery space for the community. And so I need to humanize it instead of just looking. It's not as cut and dry, as we're sitting here discussing. And I don't really think we're fixating on Zone 4. Zone 4 is Westwood Cemetery. It's the undeveloped portion. So I don't look upon that as a fixation of sort. I mean, we have to look at it as part of the cemetery, period. The 1.7 million, I remember when the consultant came and was talking to us about the various options. That's the total amount. That's the complete build out. But I remember council members asking questions about, do we have to do it all at one time? We could phase in, so it wouldn't be that we would have to spend that amount of money all at once. I'm concerned about the pause and where do people go if we pause? We're asking people to jump through hoops of fire at a really sensitive time. If somebody has died. So we're saying, okay, what's your social security number? You're asking people all these things, and I think this is why we have a resident fee and a non-resident fee. So I just think this is, it gets more uncomfortable as we go on. But one thing I am in favor of is a conversation. It is absolutely a community decision and not a town council decision, and so, I just want us to make sure that the public is heavily notified and gets a chance to weigh in on this discussion. Because what I wouldn't want to see happen is we sit here, we make this decision, hey, you know what, we're not in cemetery business anymore. You got residents coming, they have no idea. They come and they say, oh, well, we need to get a couple of, or whoever has died. Oh, we don't do that anymore. You have to inform the public.
Thank you, Barbara. So let me take a break and go to the manager and ask here. Part of the purpose of this work session is for the staff to go away with some sense of what more information might be needed by council, whether there are decisions ready for us to take up in a regular meeting. Do you have any reflections for us on the discussion so far? I'm also trying to be mindful of the time on the clock.
Well, just want to make sure I'm clear. I wrote down 3 things. One is to go back and look at the initial direction given to staff to bring all that forward, is what I heard. Then secondly, some interest around how to manage the existing supply, whether that's some restriction or a sliding scale fee, what all that may entail. And the third thing was just improvements. It sounds like you are in agreement on moving forward with some of those. Those are 3 things I wrote down.
So, and I just so for people understand, I know there have been some emails sending this previous direction around, that there was an interest in looking into potential other cemetery spaces, an interest in considering combination uses that maybe a park, the direction says, consider a park that is still respectful to the existing cemetery. The other is include this sliding scale pricing for plots. In addition to the things that you mentioned there, Mr. Manager, about cemetery improvements, it sounds like everybody's fine with moving ahead with that. So I think that that would be for staff to prepare for a future meeting for us to make some decision about when you're ready for it. I guess the hypothetical question for folks to think about: if, let's say, however many years from now, Westwood Cemetery is totally full. What does the town do then?
I would think that's the time to have the conversation. My God, I think that's the time when it's completely full. The land is purpose. It's been purpose for decades. So, I mean, I don't know. I would think that would be a good time, you know, once it's completely full, then the conversation comes, are we still in the cemetery business, or are we going to look for an alternative site?
I do really like the idea of like an intermunicipal facility. I just have no idea how feasible it is, and it seems like a pretty poor use of very limited resources to run that down. So I mean, I don't see any harm in taking that temperature. I think it's possibly a pretty low overhead. But again, you know, we live in a world that I think it's probably not that likely. And I to your point, Damon, I think we are right. We're closer to that point than we think. And personally, I think in recognition of the fact that most of the other municipalities around us have decided not to continue, that we're looking at like a paucity of really high value land that would have these same benefits. You know, we're talking about getting out. I would say we would be motivated to get out of the business at that point. And, you know, I think we should, yeah, I don't know that I agree that, you know, we would not want to think about it till then. But for me, I think I would be done if I were czar.
You were czar.
Yeah.
Or Danny.
Zarborough. I don't know. Is that anything?
Manager, for what you're certainly hearing from council members is an interest in revisiting the previous direction to staff, which actually encompasses a lot of the other things that we've been talking about, including combination uses and sliding scales and all these other things. A question about whether there's an interest among other jurisdictions in going together on cemetery at some point in the future, you know, that's sort of a separate question.
So the attorney I was trying to confirm, I don't know what you found, but as I understand it, a cemetery is typically a municipal city function, not a county function. So that might
they
be.
only deal with neglected or abandoned cemeteries that's in there.
It's really about asking Chapel Hill and Hillsborough if they would, you know, in some imaginary future, would they be interested in a shared facility? So that might be a topic for a future work session. We'll come back to hear about other information that you gather on these other topics. In terms of more,
I'm sorry. Go
in terms
ahead.
of more firm thing, I think preparing some future item or items on cemetery improvements. Some of that may end up in the CIP. Some of that may be more readily budgeted next year or whenever you need it to be budgeted. But I think those things might be ready for decision by council at a regular business meeting. And go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Just one clarifying point. We did find the previous resolution. I just need some clarification on, it says consider a park that is still respectful to the existing cemetery. I'm not sure what staff would do with that. What do we bring back? What does that mean for staff to bring back? It says consider a park.
This is coming back to something that Barbara mentioned early on in a conversation, which was we have had conversation about what would it look like to do both at Westwood.
So would you put up that slide that shows the concept? I just want to be clear about what we need to bring back as staff to response to that particular item.
I mean, that goes back to the consultant's report, right?
Well,
Because
but
they
that's
talked about that
that's
a
what
little.
that's the illustration they provided, and so to me half of this zone 4 would be cemetery, the other half would be the green space. So do we do more than what that shows in terms of being responsible to consider a park that is still respectful to the existing cemetery?
That's
That
responsive
seems to be both needs.
That's the responsive to that council direction from the previous direction.
So it would include those things that are allowed in a cemetery as amenities. only.
Like a walking trail, benches, that kind of thing, yes.
The other items in that direction, sounds like staff would need some more time to pull together information there. Question about a shared facility, et cetera, for a future conversation. Randy?
Yeah, I just want to point out that in 1978, when I moved to Carrboro, Carrboro had a population of 8,000 people. Okay? So even if we looked at Zone 4, which had, 6 acres is not going to be forever. And at some point, somebody in the family is not going to be able to be in the same place as, everybody. We have to be realistic. Let's just imagine, that you all want to be buried in Carrboro in some fashion or another, whether it be green burial, regular interment, cremains, whatever. This place isn't going to be available to you, I hope. I really do, because you're going to have long lives, and this is going to, the viability of this space is limited. And in that rendition, there's spaces that are set for what is the name of it? The ossuary and
In the columbarium.
the columbarium, which a lot of people don't even want.
Well, we don't have to have that.
But what I'm saying is, instead of putting off a decision for some future group of council representatives, plan for the families that will need this into the future as a municipality. That's our responsibility. I'm not saying that we make the decision about Zone 4 immediately, but what I am saying is realize that the municipality is serving the full life of the community when it also respects the fact that it's going to have a need for space sometime, someplace. The only other thing I'll say is, I think maybe Damon and Sammy, you were on council when they did the Google Hut work, and we know that there's serious bedrock underneath there, and the reason why this was recommended this way is because it's not good for regular internment. So all I'm saying is there's a lot of information that, not only does it limit Zone 4, but that we need to consider in this, because, I think that there's just recognizing how much time does this space actually have, and are we being reasonable about, what we want to be able to serve the community with into the future.
Okay, thanks, Randy. I had Sammy's hand up for a while now. Barbara, we'll come to you next.
So,
Sammy, and then
so
go to
I
Barbara.
will make a motion for us to look into prioritization questions, including what the wait list, immediate need, whether Carrboro citizen combined with radius, other family members, and whatever staff thinks we should consider, or you'll hear from us over time. It's important to make this motion because time is running out, and that's how we do our business. We give direction to staff, and they do stuff. And when we don't do that, what ends up happening is we make a decision by default. In other words, nothing happens, and we essentially have done a disservice to the public because we haven't had that session where they could provide input. And so those are the reasons that I wanted this to be a motion for us to do this in a regular session.
I mean, name those things, those items that you said, the prioritization issue.
So the ones I heard were consider options such as the wait list.
Right, but that's the prioritization issue, encapsulating those various things.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's that. There's also the previous council direction that we want some of those items visited.
I'm not going to make a motion including that because that's already a motion this council made. I just underscore, I mean, I'm at a loss when we've done a motion and like what recourse is left.
November 16th,
You know, like so that's the motion. So just an expectation that, you know, just like there was pressure to have this work session, my assumption was that we were going to address some of these questions. That pressure is augmented from my perspective.
Do you also include on this list this question for other towns of Chapel Hill and Hillsborough?
Yes, so augmenting the previous questions in that motion, I would like for us to explore with the other jurisdictions. While it may be true that the county doesn't do cemetery services, they may have property close to the towns that they could offer up and help us with. And related to that are legal questions in terms of like what can we have outside of town limits, or whether it has to be within the quasi shared districts. Blanking on their names.
Yeah, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of keeping this conversation moving forward, for future discussion at bringing back information from staff for a work session, we have interest in the previously directed items.
Well, let's do the regular session first.
Well, that'll be cemetery improvements.
Cemetery improvements and the prioritization questions. So that includes wait list, immediate need, Carrboro citizen or radius, and other family members.
Well, bringing back some kind of proposal related to that.
Options for us to weigh.
Those are the regular business items. Future conversation in work session would be related to the previous direction.
Yes, augmented.
And some of these issues around other jurisdictions' interest. Possible co-uses, like we've already kind of seen one very conceptual plan here. Make sure I'm not missing something. Okay. Is that a motion? Is there a second? And then we'll continue discussion because I know Barbara had a question or comment.
And it included a second work session.
Right. On most of those items, our second work session. The only two that would come back at some future business meeting when the staff is ready is some options around prioritization of remaining plots and cemetery improvements.
I'll second that.
And those, when staff is ready, hopefully sooner than later, because those have to do with running on zone 3. So.
So I'm going to try my best here to recast or restate.
I think you already did.
Yeah. So in some upcoming regular business meeting or meetings to receive a presentation on options for prioritization of remaining plots and decisions about cemetery improvement. And then in a future work session, further discussion about the issues of whether other jurisdictions are interested in going in on a cemetery or in cemetery operations. The previously directed issues by council. I think those are the main things.
And legal questions in terms of like ownership of land within.
That would be related to, other possible participation. Yeah. Okay. Are we all clear on the motion? By Sammy, it was seconded by Randy. Any further discussion?
It sounds like it's information.
Right. Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Is that helpful, Mr. Manager? I know there are still some unanswered questions.
You had some items that you had picked up, those 3 items, all that's included?
It's all included,
All
yes.
included, that's good.
Okay. All right, good. It's one of those issues where there's so many perspectives, it's kind of hard to tease them all out, but I appreciate you all bearing with it and really sharing your perspectives on it. Barbara?
Yeah, so I had a question. So it seems that there is at least some interest in possibly not expanding into zone 4, which would just leave it, I guess, as is. I don't know who wants to answer the question, but if we don't expand into zone 4, what is zone 4? What is it going to be?
That's for us to decide.
Yeah, we'd have to decide.
It's got to be work session. It's got to be.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
At this point.
I mean, do you have any ideas right now?
Well, one that's implied by what staff presented was and what's in the comprehensive plan is the map that shows access to parks. And so whatever those parks are and the amenities that they include is my understanding as one interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that we tried to summarize it in the comp plan was to make clear that there is this kind of decision to be made about this interest in continuing to build out the cemetery or in some kind of recreational space, whether it's green space or whatever. We kind of left that purposely in the comp plan as an undecided question, and clearly we haven't decided that tonight. So
Right.
I think that's probably the things that we're juggling.
Okay, and so I understand that to mean that we would stop the cemetery usage to open a park.
I think we haven't come to that decision, but that would
Okay,
those would be the
okay.
options on the table. Yeah.
Okay.
But also anything that the council decided.
Which point?
Okay. So, section 4, I'm going back to what Councilmember Haven O'Donnell was just saying. You can't predict life's timetable, and people will use it. If it's there, it'll get used. And so, I mean, I think that's neither, here nor there. If we provide the cemetery space or whatever we decide we go there, if we go in that direction, it's going to get used, and it doesn't matter, about any of us or somebody's complete life. I mean, it's just whoever would need it first, and I think it would get used. So. Thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Manager, you have some requests for this additional information plus some direction on future business matters that come before us. It is 10:45 approximately. I think we have a closed session on the agenda. It should be relatively brief because we're trying to keep it high level, but we'll get there when we get there. Any other matters before we go into closed session? I'm open to a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second, moved by Randy, seconded by Sammy to go into closed session, and this is for a matter of attorney-client privilege.
And personnel.
And a personnel matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. We'll go into closed session.
Baptism by fire. How you feel?
So when we make sure that the TV and
Get back to him too.